Alright, hi everyone, welcome back to another tutorial of Salesforce Makes Sense. This is Himanshu and we are continuing our collections masterclass. Just a quick rewind of what we have done before this tutorial starts. I'm changing the pattern and the type of videos I'll be releasing, so just wanted to give you a quick context. The very last tutorial that we did was on the Scared of Maps Not Anymore series. So I just created this playlist where we talked about list and sets, right? So this is about 19 use cases that we have been doing, and we did a course introduction, and then we did about 19 use cases which are all listed here, and that was the last use case that we did. Given a list of leads, you create contact records only for leads whose email does not exist in the system, right? And now with that solid foundation of understanding list and sets, we are going to move on to maps, which is a more of a important part of this collection series, and which is the end goal with understanding maps and understanding collections from a maps perspective, because this is what's going to get you into integration, get you into every kind of development, and is going to help you out as an essential piece in the puzzle for pretty much all the development that you do. All right, so we're going to start with maps. I'm going to change the pattern a bit of the videos, and it's not going to be too many videos. It's going to be one focused longer video. That's what we are going to attempt to do today. It's going to be a maps masterclass, and that's how we'll go about it. One full masterclass, probably 3, 4, 6, 8 hours. It's fine, I do not care. You'll get the whole masterclass in just one tutorial, and I'll make sure that the videos are divided into chapters and you can refer them properly. But yes, just one masterclass and one video is all you need to go into understanding maps as a whole. Okay, so it's going to be a long ride. Sit tight and we'll get started with maps. Alright, before getting started, let's see if everything is set up. I am on my VS Code, and this is where we left last. This was the 19th use case that we were doing, use case 19, that's right here. And now we are going to go ahead and create a new Apex class, and I'm going to call it maps util. Okay, and we'll just do all our practice stuff here, and we'll just go ahead to use this basic stub class. Alright, and we have our Git repository already linked, and I'll paste it in the comments. You already are aware of the Git repository, and we'll continue to push and commit changes to our Git so that we can do a bit of version control alongside, just like we have been doing. All right, great. Let's get started with the tutorial. The very first fundamental thing is what and why. Maps are another form of collections, right? So we have done list and sets. They work well, but they do not help us in storing complex data types, right? They do not help us in storing relationships because they are one dimensional, right? What maps do? Maps allow us to store that kind of information. What kind of information? You can think about a dictionary. A dictionary has a word, and then you get a meaning for it, right? So the word being the key, and the explanation of the word, what does it mean, is the value that key gives, right? So maps help us derive value via keys, which is very helpful in finding information, right? Imagine it would be so difficult for you to find information about a specific word if you did not have a data dictionary, like a dictionary, right? You do alphabetically sorting, you go to the specific word, and then you find the meaning for it. That is how we used to use dictionaries, right? Now we have Google. What about phone books? Right? If you look at your contact playlist, or your contact list on your phone, you have the name of the person which has the phone number and maybe the address and maybe the picture of the person on your phone, right? So that data dictionary is also a map concept, which is a key value pair. The key being the name of the person, let's say, and the value that it gives you is the phone number, the address, and everything about that person, right? So you can assume and understand maps from that angle. Okay, any kind of complex data types that you want to store, any kind of relationships, meaning account with their contacts, account with their opportunities with group by stage, all that kind of stuff, the two-dimensional stuff, comes into maps, because you cannot handle that on list and sets. Make sense? Perfect. So that's the very basic understanding of what maps are and why do we need them, because list and sets come with their own limitations. They're not good, in scaling systems and, helping us, our day-to-day life. Now, what could be the potential regular use cases? Now, I'll just walk you through what the use cases are, and we are definitely going to do examples and understand each of these problem statements in the video ahead. But Bulkifying your triggers, right? That's a very big pain point that you have to solve always when you're writing triggers. You cannot handle just one record at a time, right? You have to handle n number of records at a time, and the best way to do that is by using maps. Even Salesforce gives you map variables. I'm not sure if you're aware, but trigger.newMap, trigger.oldMap, right? We'll look at those. That's your bulkification. That's where you'll be using maps a lot. Parent and child data handling. If I wanted to ask you that, can you give me all the contacts for every account that you have? Your mapping would look like the name of the account versus all the contact records, right? So the name of the account becomes the key and all the contacts becomes the value. So the key value pair is also essentially handling your parent and child data, right? That's where you'll be using maps a lot. Interview question. You want to avoid nested loops and SOQL inside loops. What's your way out? Your way out is maps. That's where maps are very powerful, and that's what an interviewer looks at to get an answer from you that you are good at using maps, and you can use maps to avoid these kind of governor limit issues by using SOQL inside loops or using nesting loops. Okay, comparing old and new values. This is again a trigger concept. Now, for those of you who might not know triggers, I would recommend you to look at the triggers concept first. It's already on my page, right? If I go back to Chrome and if I go back to playlists, right? So you see Apex triggers, 30 use cases, right? So this is about 31 videos. If you want to do the whole complete Salesforce developer course, that's 197 videos here. It's all sorted properly, okay? Or else you can do specific chunk like, the Apex triggers, practice questions, and then JSON demystified and development for free. This is your 107 videos. So all of this is available and ready for you to use and consume, and you can actually understand a lot about what we are talking. But in this particular tutorial, I'm just specifically going to target maps as a collection. Okay, I'm not going to explain what triggers are here again. Okay, so comparing old and new values here is again a trigger context. Trigger.newMap, trigger.oldMap, it all uses maps. That's from Salesforce as well. So we'll look at that, how to use it, but it helps you compare. For example, if the opportunity stage was prospect and now the opportunity stage is in review, only then do it. Only then do something, meaning you are comparing the old value versus the new value and only then taking action. That's comparison. Okay, maps help you do that. Matching records from integrations. So this helps you identify any kind of integration response that comes in, right? So an object that is given as a response from the integration side comes and you map it to a map record. You can do key value pairs, right? Because that's how normally integration data looks like. It is a payload, and a payload is always key value pair. And faster data access, because you don't need to loop through, you don't need to, you can avoid the nested loops and for loop conditions. You can simply use some methods in the map that we will go through to basically ensure that you get faster data access. So from a developer standpoint, maps are your daily breakfast. I mean, you'll have to consume them daily. It's as simple as that. And if you consume them daily and if you use them daily, that makes you a bit of a stronger developer, and it keeps you in the right side of the best practices also. Okay, so not getting scared of them is fine, but not feeling like using them and just staying away from them is not the right solution, because it's going to have a touch point and have a impact in your day-to-day coding. Okay, so this is the whole tutorial that's going to be about, and you are going to master maps by the end of it, and I can assure that for sure. Okay, so yeah, cool. So now we'll start with the basics. Map syntax and declaration. We'll take you through the syntax and declaration, and then we'll also talk about why the key should always be unique. So let's start with the basics. I'll go back to VS Code. I have my class here, and I'm going to, let's not do the class here. Let's go to Chrome and let's go to the developer console. I'll close the previous one and I'll open the anonymous window. Okay, I'll clean this up a bit and I'll use the developer console's anonymous window to actually just get started with the map declaration. So how do you write maps, right? So for now, what you have been doing is you have been creating lists, right? So you have done this as of today, and this is something you know from our past tutorials, correct? So list of contact is contact list, and you declare and initialize it with a new empty list. This means it's a new empty list, right? You have done set similarly. So what have you done? You've done the whole same thing. It's just that you've used another data type called set. This is also something that you already know. Now we know that these list and sets allow you to choose any record type, right? For example, any data type. So you can have a list of strings, so you can choose string. You can have a set of boolean, set of decimals, so you can choose set of decimals, right? So you can use pretty much any data type, right? It could be a S object, it could be a primitive data type. Fine. Now, how do you declare maps? Very simple. You can use the same annotation. We'll start with that. Okay. Now, how do you declare maps? Use the same annotation that you know from list and sets. You just replace the keyword with map. Okay. So far, so good. Okay. So map of string list equals to new map of string. And because it is a map, I'm just going to give the variable name a bit better. Now, the only thing with maps is it is not one dimensional, it is two dimensional, meaning that you don't get to store one value inside, you get to store two values inside. So basically, 1 is for Himanshu, 2 is for Astitva, all right, 3 is for Suhema, and so on. All right. So if you see, you get to store a key versus a value. You get to store a key versus a value. The key here is of a specific data type. The value is of a specific data type. Okay. So you cannot be one dimensional. You have to be two dimensional. Now, when I say two dimensional, I can say that this will basically be integer, comma, string. Integer, comma, string. And that right there is your map declaration. As simple as that, nothing fancy. Cool. So you did pretty much the same thing like your list and sets, but you just had two dimensions added instead of one dimension. Okay. Now this right here can change with anything. So if you want to store number versus number to text, so you use integer, comma, string. If you want to store text to text, meaning, you know, key is also text and number and value is also text, so you can call it string to string. Or you could do string to account, possible. Or you could do ID to account, possible. All of that is possible, and that's how you basically declare your maps. Okay, for now that's good enough information. The only thing that you need to know from a map perspective is the next thing that I want to talk about, which is key should always be unique. Okay, now key should always be unique. What does that mean? That means that for every value that you have in your map, the pertaining key, the corresponding key for it can only be one, meaning you cannot have the same ID twice, or you cannot have the same string twice. Meaning if I say map of string, comma, let's say string, okay, and let's say this stores what? This stores title versus name map. Okay, this stores, let's not call it title, let's call it role. Okay, role versus name map. So what does it store? It stores string, correct? So string and string. So key is also the string, value is also the string. It says that it stores Salesforce engineer as the key, value is Himanshu Maheshwari. Okay, it stores Salesforce quality engineer, value is Arbaz Khan. Okay, now here if you notice, this key right here can only be there once. You cannot have the same key twice, meaning your map cannot contain the same key twice. What does that mean? If you do this, what does it mean? It means that the key has been used twice. So it is not going to give you two key value items. It will only give you one. So this is incorrect. It gets overwritten in maps. You cannot use two records or two key value pairs where the ID is same. So you have to tweak it a bit. So this will be Salesforce engineer 1, this will be Salesforce engineer 2, and then the value can be duplicate, which is fine, but still I can change it and use someone else's name. Okay, this can be done, but only if your key is different. If this was Salesforce engineer 1, then this value would be overwritten with this value because this is the latest key that you are putting inside the map. This is fine, this is a single key, but this right here is used twice. So the first key will be there, but the value will be overwritten with the second value because the key cannot be put twice. That is all it means, that the key should always be unique. That's the very base level of maps. Okay, I think it's pretty much clear. It's not a big thing to understand, and I think I made it clear. Okay, so your declaration is as simple as that, and you need to ensure that your keys need to be unique. Where does this come in handy? When you're actually using your maps in your iterations and classes, you might end up overwriting your values based on the key duplication. So just to ensure that you do not do that, this is important to know. Okay, great. Let's move on to the next slide. Map methods. Now what we are going to do is we are going to understand all the methods that we are going to use in our day-to-day map interactions. Okay, there are about 3, 3, 6, 3, 9 and 10, but out of this 10 you'll probably use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 of them you'll use pretty much every day if you're using maps on a day-to-day basis for your development. Okay, which is the first 7 if I've listed it this way. Okay, this is good to know, it's fine, but this is what this is what's going to be your day-to-day activities on the map from a method perspective. Okay, so we'll go into each one of them one by one. Fine. So now let's go into VS Code. Let's create a method, public static void understand map methods. Okay, and here I'm going to use all these methods. First of all, I'm going to use the put method, right? So map string comma string role versus name map. Let's use the same example that we just did. Okay, so I'm declaring the map first, and now here I need to full values. Oh man, this autocomplete is a pain point. Let me see if I can deactivate. Auto completion also. Yeah, cool. So what were we doing? We were basically adding values by using the add method on the list, right? But now because we're using map, you get to say put. Okay, so the name of the map or the variable is role versus name map, and you say put. Now you understood that it's not a one-dimensional thing, it's a two-dimensional thing. So you need to put two things. What are the two things? First, the key. The key is basically Salesforce engineer, and the value is Himanshu Maheshwari. Okay, and that's how you use the put command. You need to ensure that the strings are with single quotes. That's basic, but that's how your key value is added. Okay, let's say save and let's say deploy. Let's first of all see if the put condition, it says it failed to deploy metadata. What's wrong? Let's deploy one more time. Could be something wrong. Output. Let's go to Salesforce metadata. It's saying failed to deploy metadata. Why is that? Let's open the org one more time. I'm hoping that the org is synced. Okay, it is connected. If I say deploy one more time, deploy the source to org, deploying one component. Okay, I think it worked now. Alright, so created, fine. There was some issue with the org sync. That's okay. So this maps util is created. Let's go back to Salesforce. Let's come back here. Let's say open maps util. Okay, this is our new class, and this class has this method, right? So what am I going to do is I'm going to print it out, and I'm going to say system.debug role versus name map. Okay, just so I can show you how the key value pair looks like with the put method. Okay, let's say execute, and I'm going to say maps util dot, and you already know how to use static methods and how to call them from a class, and that's what it is going to be. Open log execute. Let's look at the log, debug only, and you'll see that this is how your key value pair looks like. See, I'll take this out, go back to our VS Code, and result of how it is stored is this way. So you see, key value string equal to means this key has this value. That's why the equal to sign. Okay, and that's how Salesforce stores it. Now if you need to understand what's the key, you can see, okay, this is the key, and you need to understand what's the value, you can get this value. If there was one more key, now let's do that. So I'll just take this and I'll say I want to add one more key here, or let's say two more keys. Okay, so now here I'll say Salesforce quality. Okay, let's get one of my colleagues, Arbaz Khan. All right, and then let's say Salesforce product. Let's say this is Sonia. All right, I'll go ahead and say save, and I'll say system.debug, and I want to print my entire map. See, I'm printing my entire map as is. I'm not doing anything fancy, just printing my entire map. Let's say deploy. So I've put 3 keys according to myself, and I put 3 values to each key. So if I go back to Salesforce, if I say execute, and if I say execute here, let's look at the log. I think it should open in a while. I think it did not run yet. Let's rerun execute. Okay, now if I say debug only, see, the value now shows these 3 values. Okay, for each key I got a value. And if you see, this is the engineer, this is the product, this is the quality. So the 3 values are showing like this. Perfect. Okay, so this gives you that 2 dimension. This gives you the way to understand how you can do relationships. Like, now you can see from this data that in this team that you have an engineer, you have a product, and you have the quality, and who is that person? That's also mapped here. Okay, and now you can do it for pretty much any and every kind of data type. There's no limit to what kind of data type you can use here. That's the beauty of maps. It's open to pretty much everything. Okay, now if I also show you something about overwriting a key, let's say I have overwritten my key somehow and my quality has now changed, and I'll just get Jayant here. That's another QA, let's say. And if I go ahead and try to deploy, our understanding is that maps do not allow duplicate keys, correct? So now let's see what happens if I try to execute it. All right, so the log is open. Let's close the previous ones and let's say debug only. And now you'll see that the quality is now changed to Jayant. You don't see Arbaz anymore, right? And that's why keys can only be unique. You cannot have duplicate keys. So you see Salesforce quality is not listed twice. That's what I was trying to mean when I say maps do not have multiple keys. As simple as that. All right, great. Straightforward, nothing fancy. I'll just go ahead and say I want to go ahead and use the next method, right? So that's the put method. What do? You use it to put values. Okay, meaning you need to add values to the map. You use the put method. Very straightforward, very simple. The next one is get. So now that you have put values, you want to get some values. What do? You use the get method. Okay, so what do you say? You say role versus name map dot get, and here you need to specify which record do you want to get, and by what can you use to basically get data? You can use the key. Now what is the key? You can use the key, any of the keys. Okay, so you need to say that I want to get the value. So when you say get, you're saying you want to get the value based on a key. So if you want to know who is the product in the team, if you want to do that, or let's say string product name is equal to this, and I'm going to say system.debug. I want to see who the product is. Okay, PO for the product owner for the project is this product name. What have I done? I've simply said role versus name map, which is my map variable, dot get. Get based on what? Based on the key. Okay, and what is this whole thing going to return? This is going to return a value. Value of the map is this thing right here. Okay, what is the data type of a value? String. That's why I've created a variable with the string type. I hope this makes sense. This is foundation. This needs to make sense. Do not proceed until you understand this very basic. Okay, cool. Let me just say save. Let's say deploy. For those of you who already know this level of basics and you're clear, you can proceed to the next part of the videos. But for those of you who want to understand it in a way so that you never make a mess of maps, or you don't feel any kind of hesitation when using maps, just continue and follow along. All right, great. Let's go ahead and say execute, and I'll say execute. So this time it should print me the name of the product, okay, because I've used the get method. It's taking some time. I'll just rerun it for, okay, cool. So now if you see, if I say debug only, see, this is the key, this is the full map, and then the PO for the product is Sonia. The value has been gotten because I used the get method. All right, that's how simple it is to get data from a map, and that's the get method. So we did put, we did get. All right, what's the next thing? Let's get rid of this and move it here. Perfect. Now what's the next thing? Next thing is size. So I'm like, size is pretty much self-explanatory. Right now, if I want to say size of map is equal to, what do? I simply get the map and I say dot size. As simple as that. Okay, and this is going to return what? A number, so integer, because we know size is basically the length, right? So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So I'm going to say system.debug so I can say total roles in this project, size of map. Okay, so engineer, quality, product, there are 3 roles, right? So I can just go ahead and say deploy, and I can see if it runs fine and if it gives me the right size or not. Okay, let's go back, execute the method again. And now let's see, we should get a new log, and that tells us that the total roles are 3, meaning engineer, product, and quality. If you notice, the size is the size of the number of keys that you have. So size of the map tells you the number of keys basically. Okay, not the number of values. It's not giving you the size of the values. It's giving you how many keys are there, how many key value pairs are there, essentially number of key value pairs. That's a better definition. It's key value pairs. Okay, so the total roles in this project are 3. All right, and that's the size method. Very simple, very straightforward, nothing fancy. Let's go back and look at the next method, which is contains key. Okay, contains key. Now if I want to check if a specific key exists or not, okay, there are 2 things that we need to check. If I want to check if a specific key exists, if I want to check if a specific value exists. What is the use case behind it? So for example, I want to check that in my project, is there a quality engineer added or not, or is only dev and product doing the development and promoting it? Is there a quality engineer in the project or not? So how do I check that? I will look at the map and I'll see, is there any role for Salesforce quality in this project, right? That is my first check that I'm wanting to do. This one, if a specific key exists or not. But if I want to see that is Himanshu part of this project or not, then I'm checking a specific value, not a key. I'm checking a value, right? So that's my second check here. So for the first check, I can do something called role versus, what is it? Role versus name map dot contains key. This method allows me to search by key. Okay, and I can search whether is a quality role part of my project. Okay, contains key returns true or false, meaning key is there or not there. That's it. Okay, meaning what is the return type? The return type is boolean quality found. Okay, so I can say that this whole thing is going to return me either true or false, which can be mapped to a boolean variable. So I can say system.debug quality engineer is part of project. We can check with a question mark, and the answer will be found in the boolean variable here. Deploy. Let's go back, execute. Sometimes it's taking time. I'll just re-execute it. Close it. Refresh. I'm going to go back and say maps util dot understand map methods, and I'll call it execute highlighted. Okay, should run this time. Yeah, and I'll say debug only, and I'll say, see, this is the map. The PO for the project is Sonia. Total roles are 3, and quality engineer is part of the role in the team because Salesforce quality is there. So yes, quality engineer is taking care of the ensuring the quality of the project. Perfect. Okay, that's how you can check whether key is present or not, and that is basically the contains key method. Okay, to check for a contains value, what can you do? I'll take a pause here. Look at the methods that are available, but somehow we don't have a method that checks. Okay, I have not explained this yet, but I'll tell you right away. This gives you all the values that are present. Okay, what this will do is this is going to give you Himanshu, Arbaz, Sonia, Jayant, or maybe Himanshu, Sonia, Jayant, because Arbaz will be overwritten because same key, correct? So it will give you all the values, but it will not tell you whether a particular value is present or not. So how do you do that? Based on what you know, take a pause and tell me, can you find out if I want to search for a value, like I want to check is Jayant part of the project or not? That's my question. So how do I check that? Because Jayant is the value, it's not a key. Okay, and I've given you only a method to find key, to find the size, and to get a value. So for those of you who understood how to solve it, we can use a combination of these two methods. Okay, so first of all, if I want to check is Jayant part of the project or not, I can first of all check whether QA role is there or not, correct? So I can check that by doing this. Correct? Role versus name map dot contains key. If quality role is present, see, this will only return true if Salesforce quality role is present. It will go inside, and if it goes inside, can I use the same key to get the value? So I'll say role versus name map dot get. So I can get the value for Salesforce quality using my get method, because get uses the key and returns a value. In our case, it is going to return what? It is going to return Jayant Rajput. Correct? So it's going to return Jayant Rajput in our case. So can I simply say if, so role versus name map dot get is going to return what? It is going to return me the value which is of type string. So I'll say quality engineer value. So this will hold Jayant Rajput, and I can now say if quality engineer value is equal to Jayant Rajput, then I can say system.debug Jayant R is part of the project. As simple as that. This is how you can check if a specific value exists or not. Make sense? Let me just say deploy. Okay, do not overcomplicate it. It's pretty straightforward stuff. Okay, do not overcomplicate it. It's very simple. If you're understanding it in the way you're supposed to, you should be fine. Let me just re-execute it. It's taking time. Let's see. Execute. Something is wrong with my console. Okay, it has executed. If I say debug only, you see that this is the map. The PO is Sonia. This is by the get keyword. The size method gave me the total roles, and then I checked. Okay, it again opened. Then I checked whether quality engineer is part using the contains key. Yes, and then I found that Jayant R is part of the project using the get method again. Okay, now if I tweak my method a bit, if I tweak my map a bit, so for example, if Jayant was part of the project, but then he was replaced by, let's say, Arbaz. Okay, so then Jayant goes here, and then I put Arbaz. So Arbaz record will override Jayant's record. Now, if I check, is quality part of the team? Yes, but Arbaz is part of the team, not Jayant. That means it is going to give me false, meaning it is not going to give me this debug log. Let's verify and let's test. Deploy. Okay, now if I go back and if I re-execute my method, I should see that now Jayant R is part of the project will not show because now Arbais is part of the project. You see? Okay, it's still showing Jayant somehow. Let me just check and go back. Where is it? Okay, because Jayant is still added at the end, right? So this needs to be removed. Okay, because Jayant was added, he again overwrote Arbas's record because of the same key. Let's say deploy again. Let's go back. Let's say execute. Let's close the extra stuff, debug only. And now here you'll see that now Arbas is part of the team. Sonia is still the PO. Roles are 3. Quality engineer is there, but is it Jayant? No, it's Arbas. So that's why that debug log did not show up. Make sense? And that's how you can check if a specific key exists or a specific value exists. For value, you don't have a specific direct way. Okay, you have to go via the key route by using the get method. That's your approach. Okay, next method is how to fetch all the values of a map, meaning everything. So for what I need to get is Himanshu, Jayant, Arbas, Sonia, but not Jayant and Arbas both because they are on the same key. So Himanshu, Arbas and Sonia, meaning I want to check all the team members of a project, correct? So what can I do? I can take my variable and I can simply use the values method. Okay, so members of the project are, and these are going to be the members by using the values method. What is this method? This is the values method. The next method, values. Deploy. I'm going to go back, say execute. Did it deploy? Okay, no, something went wrong. Okay, there's a bracket missing here. Yes. So you see values comes with empty bracket, just, method declaration, and it should run. Redeploying it. Let's go back. Let's say execute. Let's look at the debug only. And if you'll see members of the project, I put I instead of O. That's a typo. Himanshu, Arbaz and Sonia. These are the members. So you see value added. That's how you get the values by using the dot values method. Now you might ask, Himanshu, can I get all the keys? Yes, you can get all the keys. What's the way? You can get all the keys by using another method called key set. This is the method. That's your next method called key set. All the keys. So roles of the project you can use key set. Okay, values by using dot values and keys by using key set. So all the roles will show up here, all the members will show up here. Let's say deploy. Execute, close, debug only. And now you see members are Himanshu, Arbaz and Sonia, and roles are engineer, product and quality. That's how you are segregating this two. Make sense? So far so good, nothing fancy, just using simple plain methods, and they are giving you a lot of information about your maps. Okay, now let me ask you one question. Let's pause and take a quick look at role versus name dot values. Okay, my question for you is, what is the return type of this method? What is this going to return? Take a pause and probably put a comment. Okay, I just need to know that you understand the dynamics properly. So dot values is giving you all the members of the project. Okay, so what is the return type? If I have to assign a variable, my members, what is the data type of this variable? Similarly, what is the data type of this variable? If I want to get all the keys stored in a variable, all roles, what is the data type of this variable? Give me just these two things on the comment. Okay, so the answer is that values is giving you what? This and this. I mean, like these three things. What are they individually? They are string, and it is a list of string because there are multiple values. So your values are going to be list of string. All right. Why list? Because there are multiple values. Why string? Because the essential data type of every record, every value is string. That's why. Okay. If it were a contact, then it would be list of contact. If it was account, it would be list of account. But because it is a string, so it is list of string. Now for keys, I think you already know it is also list of string because the keys are all strings and it is multiple values. That's why. Okay, so I can print this thing below. I can print this thing below and I can use the variable name now. And this is there so that you understand what does a map method return, because that's very important because you'll be using it in your code very soon. So you need to know what does every method return and you're clear with this. Let's say deploy. If it compiles fine, then we should be good. If it does not compile fine, meaning I have not correctly assigned. So if you see, it says illegal assignment from set of string to list of string. Why is it saying it for this one, line number 40? Because when you look at a key set is not duplicate collection. It is a unique collection. Uniqueness comes from sets, meaning you get a set of string. Make sense? So I wanted to show you this error. You see, your illegal assignment happens if you do it on the key level, not on the value level. Value can still be a list of records because values can contain duplicates. You can have multiple people with the same name in your project, okay? But keys from a map perspective cannot be duplicates. So you are not allowed to use list there. And that's why Salesforce ensures that your keys are unique by using a set annotation there. Okay, so list of string here for your members, and for your roles, you'll have a set of string. Let's say deploy. Deployed fine. Let's go back to Salesforce and let's say execute. Now results will still be the same. It's just that we are using a variable to show it, not directly the value or the methods return. We are using a variable where we are storing that information. Let's rerun it. Okay, should open up the log. Yes, debug only. You see, members are the same people, roles are these, and if you see, members are showing up with this value, 3 values, and then keys are showing these 3 values. Perfect. Awesome. That is your key set and values. I hope everything is clear so far. Let's look at the next method, which is empty. Okay, this is used to check whether a map is empty or not, whether it is empty. So another way to check is size. If you say size equal to 0, that means it's empty. If you do not want to do equal to comparator, you can simply use a better method called isEmpty. It returns true or false. Okay, so if I were to go to VS Code and if I say role versus name map dot is empty. Okay, so this is going to return you true or false, meaning it is going to be a boolean. Does map have data? So if it says true, that means it is not empty. If it says false, it means it's empty. Sorry, if it says true, it means it's empty. Okay, so I have to say is map empty. So if it says true, that means the map is empty. Okay, so I'll go ahead and say system.debug map is empty, and I'll use the attribute save. Let's say deploy. Let's go back, execute, and there should be a new debug log that should give us true or false. It says map is empty, false, because map has data, so it's not empty. Okay, but what if I clear my map? So if I want to empty my map, what I can do is I can say role versus name map dot clear. Okay, let's say deploy now. Let's go back, re-execute. taking a bit of time. Okay, log shown up, let's say debug only, and now you'll see that it says that the map is now empty. Map is empty, true. So there was data till here. All of a sudden someone cleared the map, meaning the map has been dumped, or completely trashed out. So when you use the clear method, which is basically another method I wanted to talk about, which is right here, okay, is empty becomes true because you have cleared the map, you have emptied it, you have completely trashed it. That's the use of the clear method. Make sense? So no key value pairs inside anymore. Okay, and this is how you use if you check if map has any data or not. Because map has any data means if there should be at least one key present, as simple as that. If there is no key present, there's no value also, so there's no data. Okay, now before clearing my map, what if I clone my map into another variable? So if I say map of string comma string, I'll say role versus name map private. Let's say this is for an internal, and I use my role versus name map and I clone my map. Can I clone my map using a clone method? That's our method that I wanted to talk about. Let's say deploy, if it deploys fine or not. So it deploys fine. Now here, I'm not going to clear my new map that I created. I'm only clearing my previous map. Now here I will check one more thing. I will check, is my private map empty or not? Is private map empty? And I'll use this variable. So now one of the maps should have data, another should not have data because I've only cleared one. But before clearing my data, I cloned it to another variable, which is a private variable. Okay, I'll say deploy. I'll say execute. Takes a bit of time, execute again. Let's close. Let's see, might take some time, should show up anytime. Okay, showing up now. Let's say debug only. Okay, all the logs are showing up now. Let's say debug only. You'll see that map is empty, but private map is not empty because I cloned my data before clearing my current map. Okay, and that is basically another method that you can use, and it is called clone. So to copy the entire map into another map variable, you can use clone. Okay, it's like creating a replica, as simple as that. What would happen if you use the clone method after the clear? Then what would happen? It will not clone anything because there's no data inside. So it will only clone, but it will still be empty. Okay, that's the clone method. Make sense? I'll just clear this typo. This should be copy. Now if you notice, I did some assignments here without telling you. So the clone method, what does it do? So the clone method is looking at this variable and it is creating another replica of it and it is giving it to someone else. Now if I create a replica, right, that replica also has to be of the same data type. That's why I created a variable, but the variable's data type is the same, map of string comma string. I cannot do map of string comma integer. See, if I do this and I say deploy, I should get an illegal assignment error. See, it says illegal assignment from map of string comma string to string comma integer. So you are creating a clone. You cannot modify the clone. Okay, you have to take it into the same string attribute. I hope that's clear and I hope that makes sense. So far so good? Perfect. Now if I go back to our list of methods, I think pretty much everything is done. We are only left with the remove method. The remove method is used if you want to basically remove a value, right? So if I go back to our class and you'll see that we have a map, right? This map right here has keys and those keys have values. Now what are the keys? These are the keys, right? And what are the values? This and this is the value. If you want to remove someone, For example, if you want to remove the quality engineer from the project, let's say, okay, what can you do? You can simply use the remove method. Okay, so when you say remove, you will need to know what the key that you want to remove. So if I go ahead and go into this method and I say dot remove, I need to tell the system that I want to remove the quality engineer, meaning the key. Okay, let's say try to deploy. Okay, now after I've removed it and before I've removed it, I would like to how to remove a key from a map. Or when you remove a key, it also removes the value of that key also, that's of course. But before removing the key and after removing the key, how does the map look like? We'll see that. Okay, so I'm now working on the private map because I cleared my current map. So I'm working on the private map, and here also I'll put my private map. Okay, I'll say deploy. Let's say deploying one component. Let's go back, execute. Takes a bit of time. Execute. Okay, let's wait, it's fine. Okay, it's loading up now, and if I say debug only, we'll see that before key removal, okay, both the logs opened up now, it's behaving a bit weird. Before key removal, engineer and product and quality were there, but after some decisions, after key removal, engineer and product are continuing on the project, quality is removed. And that's your remove method. What do you need to know? You need to know the key that you want to remove, not the value. Okay, the key. It's important that you remove by key. Okay, now let's say you have removed this key, and after you removed it, you got to know after 3 months that the project again needs a quality engineer. So, and now this time Arbaz is not available, so you have to put Jayant back on the project. So you can use the put method again. Okay, so this is after 3 months, you just put the person, and now finally in the latest project that's going on, final team, this is the map that is going to show. So if I go ahead and say deploy, it should give us the quality engineer back in the project, and the key's value should be Jayant. Let's see. So at the end, after key removal, you added, okay, the final team does not have quality somehow. Okay, because this is the previous map. See, the mistake was previous map. I have to put the value in the new map, not the previous map. Okay, let's wait for it to deploy. Meanwhile, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and remove all these deploy logs, the change tracks, discard changes. I don't want to commit them to the Git, and all of this is fine. Let's go back and let's say execute. Debug only, and finally in the project again the quality has been ensured, and because Arbaz was not available after 3 months, so Jayant has been re-added to the system, to the team, final team. Perfect. And that pretty much is everything that you're going to work with on maps from a method perspective. I hope this is clear. All right, at this stage I would like to commit all the changes to Git, so I'll just go ahead and say stage changes, and I'll say feat added map basics and methods, commit, sync changes, done, synced with Git. Perfect, amazing, right? Good knowledge, good stuff done. Let's move on to the next stuff, which is must know and understand. So if there's only one thing that you need to understand, like it's like the crux of it, okay? It's something that you need to know, and it will make your life using maps very easy, because this is something that you'll use and you'll do everywhere. So this is one method stub that you will use across your map use cases, okay? So populating data inside a map is as easy as eating an ice cream if you know and understand this one key thing, okay? It's not a tough thing, it's not a complicated thing. In the next 10-15 minutes you'll get to understand, and this will help you use it everywhere you use maps basically, okay? So what I'm going to do is Let's jump into creating another method. Okay, and I'll say populate a map with populate a map understanding. Okay, now here what I want to do is I want you to understand how to populate data inside a map. Okay, so let's take a use case. Use case, I will populate a map with key value pairs where key, wow, it is automatically populating what is my use case also. Fancy. I'm not going to use the use case that's getting auto populated, but let's say with the key and the value. Now here what I want to explain you guys is how to use the put function. Okay, now I'll use a bit of a not too complicated, but something that can, you know, get your brains a bit of firing a bit so that you understand what's going on. Okay, so let's say that the key is the opportunity stage. Okay, and so basically opportunity stage name. Okay, so what is opportunity stage name? It could be prospect, what else, prospect, evaluation, qualification, needs review, etc. Okay, in progress, negotiation, etc. Right, these are the stages. So what we want to do is our key needs to be the opportunity stage name and the value needs to be all the opportunities which are part of this stage. Meaning your end result of map will look something like this. Prospect will have, let's say, op 1, op 2, op 4. Okay, evaluation will have op 3, op 5. Qualification will have op 6. Wow, fancy. Okay, nice. So this is how our structure will look like. Okay, this is what we'll understand to build very quickly. I know I'm jumping a bit into the tutorial because we have this coming up as well and it's too soon, but if there's one thing that you need to understand from this maps tutorial, this right here is the most important thing. Okay, I'll teach you how to put data into maps and I'll teach you how to, you know, kind of understand how map is behaving. Okay, so this is what we are trying to achieve. Perfect. And this is our use case. Now if I go back to Salesforce, let's go into Salesforce and let's go and query. So I'll query, let me open opportunity object. Let's refresh, it's taking some time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say opportunity object. Now here I'll query ID, comma name, comma stage name, query. Okay, let's look at how many opportunities. 23. Perfect. If I say group by stage name, where stage name is my key. Okay, and let me count how many records do I have per stage name. So if we look at this data, these are my stages and this is the number of records. So what I want to do is this will be my key and this will be my value. Okay, not the count but the actual records. Okay, so now let's look at our stages. All right, prospecting has 6, then negotiation has 4, needs analysis has 1. So our end goal will basically be that stage name comes as the key and all the opportunities inside it show as a list of opportunity, and that's our key value pair, key value pair, key value pair, key value pair. And ensure, and you should remember that the key cannot be duplicated. Correct? So let's now go into it. Okay, so this is our use case. I hope the use case is clear. Now let's build it. So I'm going to just go ahead and close this off here just to get a bit more space. Close this off, close it here, public static. So you understood the use case, right? Now let me remove the use case so that, you know, this autocomplete does not understand what we are doing and it will give you nonsense recommendations for now. We're not going to accept it. Let me just see, this is Copilot. Let's see if I can disable Copilot as well. What Copilot do I have? GitHub Copilot. Okay, disable AI features. Fine, cool. And yeah, that's all. Cool, fine. Now let's go into it. So we need to start by understanding what kind of map we need to produce, correct? So my map would look something like this. Now what is my key and what is my value? Key and value. Now I told you that we need to do stage. So stage is what? String. Perfect. What is our value? List of opportunity. So this is going to be my value. Make sense? So already looking a bit complex, but this is where I want you guys to get that confidence in just this one tutorial. Okay, so I'll say stage based op map equals new, and I can copy the same map. This is my declaration. This is my end result with this method. This is what is going to be returned. Return stage based op map. O should be capital, keeping nomenclature as best practices, and this will be the return type. So I'm going to put the return type here also. So my return type of my method is this particular map. Deploy. Just my stuff deployed. Okay, deployed, fine. Now currently the map is empty, right? What I want to do is now I want to basically query all my opportunities. List of opportunity. Why is this showing all the time? Discard, move to trash. Okay, save. List of opportunity op records is equal to, I will get select id comma name comma stage name from opportunity. Okay, I'm just getting all my records. Fine, I have all my records in my hand. Now what I want to do is I want to start populating data inside our map. Okay, so how do I populate data inside the map? By using something called dot put. You understood, right? Put method is used to put data, and put needs what? Key and value. Correct? All right, now for each opportunity OPP in op records, right? I want to put data. Every opportunity record would be added here in my map, correct? Because my end result is to be able to populate the map based on the stage name versus the entire opportunity, correct? But only thing you need to make sure and be concerned about is that, let's say the first record came with prospecting. Okay, so first record got created in the map. Now first record is added, so prospecting versus first op record is the first record. Again, when the second opportunity comes, again it is for prospecting stage. Then what will happen? Op 1 will be overwritten by op 2. So you don't want to override, you want to add data into your list, correct? It's not one opportunity at a time. You need to add all the opportunities against one key, meaning prospecting key should be there for all your records, correct? So first of all, this op concept will not work. We need to store a list. So list of opportunities per stage name equals new list opportunity, and I'm creating this list. Okay, now this list I'll add data. I'll say add my current opportunity. Okay, and what I will do, I'll pass a list entirely. Okay, I'll just simply say add this particular list. Now at least don't worry about these two lines that I wrote for now, okay, but worry about this line that I wrote. Now at least my map looks correct from a data type perspective. It is taking a string which is the stage name, and it is taking a list of opportunities. So now this line looks good. Okay, now our next challenge is, how do I get to group my data based on stage name so that I put data into this opportunity list accordingly, correct? Agreed? So let's take a step back. I'm going to remove the whole thing. I hope you understood the nomenclature of how to use the put. Let's take a step back and let's understand the very first record that's going to come in here. Okay, let's go and look at our query. So the very first record that's going to come is negotiation review. There's one record. Let's say out of the 4, the first opportunity will come in the loop. So first opportunity comes inside the loop with negotiation stage. Okay, now what do? You need to populate this data into your map. So you say dot put. See, this is the very first time data is coming. So you can say op dot stage name, comma, you need to put the opportunity. Okay. Now, how do you pass a list here the very first time? What you can do is you can either do this new list of opportunity and you can pass OPP, right? You know this nomenclature by my list and set tutorials already, correct? So you can pass a list and you can pass that op. Fine. Now, so far so good. Your opportunity data has gone inside and it is showing you the first record. But now second record came. Second records comes with negotiation stage again. And this time it is op 2. So now if you notice, your current map contains what? It already contains the key. So what do you need to do? You need to look at whether your map contains the key or not and then append data here. Makes sense? Because if you just use the put statement, it is going to override your previous record by this new record every time. So it will only have one key per object. That's a problem. Correct? So what can you do? You can check whether your map contains this key or not, and that is one key eye opener. So I will say if stage based op map dot contains key, what key? The stage name. If it already contains, then I can get that data first. What is this going to return me? This is going to return me the value of this map. What is the value of the map? It is list of opportunity. Correct. So I take the list of opportunity, current op list, and I simply say that current op list dot add OPP. Okay, I say add current op list, add the opportunity to my current opportunity list, and then you can put this data back inside. See, what did I do here? What did I say the system? That if in my map you already have the negotiation stage, so do not override. Get me that particular, okay, there should be a dot here. Get me that particular keys value. Okay, so you got the opportunity list here, and that opportunity list, what did you do? You added another opportunity that is coming. Okay, and then you use the put method to take the negotiation review and overwrote it with the new opportunity list. You did not override, but you overwrote with the added value. You did not override the previous data. You appended on top of it. Okay, is this part clear? This part will take care of handling scenarios where your key already exists. Okay, but if your key does not exist, what does that mean? That means that the key is coming in for the first time. For example, let's say record number 3. Third record with prospecting stage comes. Okay, is this particular key in your map already? No. So if condition will not execute, it will go to the else condition. What do you need to do in the else condition? You simply need to use your put command. And what do you want to put it with? You want to simply put it with a standalone list. A standalone list for the very first time, and you can put that particular value here. Okay, and that basically is the whole crux of this map. And this is how you actually ensure that you do not override anything. Let's quickly verify this. Okay, first of all, let's test it out by seeing if what I have written makes sense or not, or have I made any mistake just in the process of explaining things to you. Okay, populate map understanding. What is wrong? Missing return statement. Return statement is there, right? Return stage based op map is there. Expecting, where is it? Line number 82. Something is wrong here. Okay, this for loop needs to close here. Done. Let's say deploy. Let's see. Let me get rid of this and let's go back. Let's say execute, and now I need to run populate map understanding, and let's see what gets returned. Because it is returning something, I can do a system.debug, so it will print me whatever is being returned automatically. I think you already know this as well. Execute. Let's see what does it return. Debug only. And if you notice, see, decision makers has this opportunity. Let me take this whole thing. Okay, so looks interesting. Let's take this from here and let's take it till here. Okay, it's fine because it's not printing the whole thing. I have to download the log. Let's bring it here and put it here. And now let me show you what has happened. Okay, see that decision makers is the ID and the value it is getting is these 4 opportunities. Can we verify whether decision makers has 4 opportunities grouped by, so decision makers has 4. Okay, and if you notice that the log is also generating more data, see here needs analysis also has its own data. Okay, meaning the grouping has worked pretty much fine and the perfect way it was supposed to. I want to take you back here and explain you one more time what really happened in case you were confused, because this if else condition is the whole crux of what you'll be doing. And if you understand, this is pretty much how map and map behaves. Basically this is how you need to basically ensure that you write this code everywhere and your map will get populated with data whichever way you want to, if you understand this very fundamental thing. Okay, see what did I do? I basically got the data set here in op records. Okay, normally in your triggers or everywhere you will get the data set, correct? You will obviously iterate over it, correct? So you're going to iterate over op records. So you're getting every record in your loop. So for every record you are checking whether your map contains that data already or not. When we say contains that data, we check contains key because key gets overwritten, right? So let's say the very first time when the record came in, first time, will it contain the key? No. So first you handle the base scenario. So that's why I said that the very first time the data will come, you can simply put it the first time, correct? So you'll put that stage name and you'll put that opportunity inside a new list declaration, because you are not handling one record at a time, you're handling multiple records. So if you want to put a opportunity record into a list format, you can do this format, or you can create a list and you can add that value also, not a problem. Okay, so what you could do is you could do this way, which is the general way to do it, or you can use 2 extra lines to denote the list, add the value similar like this, and then put the list here. Okay, so what happened here, the very first record for that stage name that came got added here. So opportunity 1, prospecting op 1, very first time. Okay, then negotiation op 2, decision maker op 3. All the first time records will come here for every key, but whenever you get a record where the key is already present, in that case this condition runs instead of the else. It checks, okay, I already have the key, then what do I need to do? I don't need to override, I need to append data. Okay, so if I look at this particular key right here, if I have already a key, meaning there is an opportunity with at least one record sitting on that key in my map. So I need to get that opportunity list first. So I will get this list by this command here using the get command for the second record. In this list, I will append my new opportunity. So now this list has 2 records. Okay, this list has 2 records, and then that second record with the list with 2 records gets put again. So I'm not overriding, I'm appending and overriding. Okay, now from an execution perspective, I want you to understand, see what's happening. Exactly what I've explained will happen. I'll say entered for op. Okay, so for every record the loop will start. Okay, then I'll put a log here, entered for op dot stage name for the first time. Okay, and I'll put another one here, entered for after the first time, meaning only first timers per stage will enter here, meaning for every stage name you will get one debug log here. For everything else it will go to this particular log. Okay, now let me do this. I'll put limit 10 here. Okay, and then we'll say deploy. Fine, let's go back, and now I will execute this one more time, and this time let's look at the log, what shows up. Let's close this, let's re-execute. I don't know, it took some time. taking some time again. Let's see, it should show up. Logs. Okay, the log is showing up. I think the other one will also open very quickly now. So debug only. Now if you see, I'll go back here. So entered for this opportunity, entered for this opportunity, this opportunity. So for every opportunity it is entering, correct? Every opportunity it is entering, fine. And then here you see decision for the first time, for the first time, for the first time, for the first time. See, decision makers, proposal price, value proposition, negotiation review, prospecting. Everything came, all 5 stages for the first time, but then value proposition came again. So it's saying after the first time. So it's going to the if condition now. It's not going to the else condition. After. And then again, perception analysis came again, which was not there. So it went to the first time. Makes sense? So this is how the execution works, and this is how you actually can understand how to basically put data into a map by not overwriting information. Okay, the reason for me over explaining it and explaining it in bits and pieces by starting off with just the put, then handling only the if, then actually bringing all of it together from an if else condition and giving you then a debug log for sequence is to make sure that you understood this particular code chunk. Okay, and just like that you have been able to work on a map collection variable, which is a bit complex because it is not plain. It is string is the key, but value is a list of records, and this is a real-time trigger scenario. And this is one of the most common interview asked questions, because this is like what 10 lines of code, you can write it in 5 minutes. If you understand what you're writing, this line here tells me that you understand collections exactly how I want you to understand from an interview perspective. Okay, if you can explain me what is written here, that's good enough for me to make sure that okay, this guy knows collections and should be able to handle everything in a bulkification format or not. Okay, so I want you guys to take a pause here and just listen to this a bit carefully. If you did not understand it, revisit the video. Now that you have a full picture, revisit it one more time. Now it will make more sense a bit. Just this a bit, okay, just this bit, not the whole video. Okay, and then comment that the basic fundamentals make sense. I now understand how map get populated and how we can use the put command contains key. So if you see, we used only 3 methods, which are the most important methods on maps: contains key, get, and put. Okay, and from a list perspective, list is working hand in hand with maps. We are using the add method. That's all. Put, get, contains key. Make sense? Just please put a comment and tell me if it makes sense. Let me get rid of all of this extra stuff meanwhile. Just put a comment, okay? And I'm going to just stage this, and I'm going to say feed fundamental code of maps understanding. Okay, sync changes done. Fine. Let's go back to our keynote. Where's the keynote? Yeah. So this will help you everywhere you use maps, because basically, see, this is the crux of it. This is the base layer of it. Okay, so if you know this, then you can handle it anywhere, and it is as easy as eating ice cream. Okay, cool. I hope I was able to get you a bit confident. Just let me know in the comments. Let's move on to understanding ways of initialization. Okay, now we will again split our topics into certain things. I don't want to release the whole topics that are coming up, but I want to take you step by step so that you completely master maps as a whole. Okay, then if it is LWC, if it is Apex, if it is triggers, if it is flows, if it is Agentforce, if it is integration, maps, wherever it is needed, you can use it. Okay, that's the whole idea. All right, ways of initialization. Okay, so I already showed you the very first one, basic declaration with no values. What does that mean? That basically means that, let me open developer console and let's look at it there. So basic declaration looks something like this with no values. It is a map with 0 size, null. Okay, there is nothing inside. Basic declaration with no values. Okay, let me actually do this on VS Code itself so that in case you want to refer it from a GitHub perspective, you can. Let me close this, and then let's public static void understand map declarations. Okay, now here if I get close this as well, and then we can start typing. And my first map declaration looks like this: map without default values, plain map. Okay, now if you have to add values to this map, what do? You basically simply say dot put, you put 1, Himanshu. That's how you put data, okay, with a plain map. Okay, don't go with the values, it's just dummy information, dummy values, just to understand. Okay, and then I can simply say system.debug, and I can print this map. Done. That's number one way. Basic declaration with no values. Okay, that's number one. What is number two? Basic declaration with default values. I think that's number two. Let's look at the keynote. With values, with some values added. Okay, what does that mean? That basically means that what I can do is I can say map of string comma string, and I can say map with default values equals new map string comma string, and here I can initiate and I can put values like this. This is the syntax for adding static key value pairs on your map. Now here this is 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to put, okay, let me look at let's see. Okay, Srini, Victor, I'm going to put these guys. So Srini, and then there's Victor, and then there's who's there, Naitik. All right, so Naitik, fine. So if you see, map with default values is added like this, and you can actually you don't have to use the put method, and you can simply say system.debug, print it. Okay, I'll say deploy. Let's verify if this syntax is correct, if this syntax is correct, both things. Okay, so this is an empty one, this is a one with default values. All right, so even this is a string comma string, and you're using the put command to put values by adding these lines. But if you are sure that some static values need to be added, then you use the default value option by using the key value annotation. See, key value by using an arrow symbol. So this is the map notation for an arrow, equal to, and then this less than sign. Okay, and based on the data type, you need to keep your key and your value. So for example, you're doing string comma string, right? If you use number here, it will fail. So if I say 2 comma Victor, if I say deploy, your map is string comma string, so the key is expected to be a string, so it is going to say invalid key type. Okay, so you need to correct that. Done. Let's say deploy one more time, and that is basically your second type of declaration. What is the third type of declaration? Let's look at the third type of declaration. The third type of declaration is declaration with a query. Okay, I think I mentioned the same thing twice. Declaration with a query, with a SOQL query. I think it's the same thing. Declaration with a query. What does declaration with a SOQL query mean? This is the most interesting one, and this is something that you will also use a lot. Okay, so you know what we do? We basically say list of opportunity op records equals select ID comma stage name from opportunity. Fine, let's say this is giving you 100 records, so you will loop through the records and you will work on it. Correct, but there is a shortcut to getting a map created from a query by default. Like, you don't have to work over it. Okay, so instead of using a list, if in case you need a map, if in case, okay, so what do? You do not use this for, you don't have to use this for loop for now, but what you do is you basically change this list into a map of ID comma opportunity. You make it opportunity records map, and here you simply say new map of ID comma opportunity, and you pass this entire query as your parameter. and that creates a map directly from a SOQL query. Okay, so what that does is that creates a map directly using a SOQL query. Now what does that map contain? It contains the ID always and the opportunity. So you see, you cannot do something like integer comma opportunity. Okay, you cannot do random stuff. It will always be a ID comma S object. Okay, because you are querying a opportunity record, this is actually typecasted into a map, and that map has the ID comma opportunity, meaning every opportunity ID will be the key and the entire record will be in the value. Okay, and then you can use this map to iterate later. So you can say for each ID in opportunity records map dot key set. Okay, I'll talk about that later, but that's one more way to declare it. Okay, so if I were to show you all the three, I think I put the third and the fourth one the same thing. I think I'll just put all the three and I'll say deploy. Let's give it a try of what the three deployments show, what the three debug logs show. Okay, understand map declarations. Let's go back to Chrome. Let's go back into Salesforce and let's say maps util.add. Execute. Okay, so let's look at the three debug logs. The first one, which is the default one, so 1 equal to Himanshu, 2 equal to Maheshwari. Second one, default values like within the declaration 1 2 3 Srini, Victor, Naitik. And this one is the SOQL query one. So you see how for every ID you are getting the value as an opportunity. For every ID you are getting the value as an opportunity for every ID. Okay, so you see that has automatically come, and this is also very helpful and very fruitful when you actually work with triggers and Apex classes. You and I will be using it a lot in the upcoming tutorials in a while. Okay, so these are the three key ways of declaring, and to be honest, this one will not be used that much because you will never work with default values to start with. You'll always have to do it dynamically. So this one could be one. The put method will basically be used like this, the way we saw here, right? The put method dynamically. Or else if you are using queries, in that case, okay, what did I open? If you are using queries, in that case you will be using the third one. That will come in handy to compare and match records based on ID. Okay, so from a understanding and knowledge perspective, these three declarations make sense. Let me know, and let's proceed to the next topic. Now we'll talk about looping in maps. That's why I did not do that whole thing. I'll continue here on the maps that we created, the map record, and now we'll start looping through them. All right, so like based on everything I've told you, I think this looping would not become a very big problem. I think because we have done some stuff already, if you remember. But let's look at how you can loop through maps and what all possibilities are there from a looping perspective, right? So a normal scenario would basically be something like this in a day of a life of a developer. You are going to query some records from your database. You're going to use this new map database query that automatically assigns and initializes a map for you. Now is the time to iterate over it, right? So if I were to ask you how many opportunity IDs are there currently in the system, you would do something like the first loop. So loop through keys. Okay, if I were to ask you, can you give me all the stage names of the opportunities that you have, like all the names of the stages, then you would potentially loop through all the values, right? And if I asked you, can you give me specifically the stage name of an opportunity whose name is something like that, right? Or maybe whose ID is, right? Because we have the ID right now, so we can look at that. In that case, you'll use the third concept, but let's not go there. I'll explain that after we do the first and the second one. So looping through keys, right? Now, based on the methods that you understood in the first method here, right? You have everything here showing up. You need to tell me what option or what methods can we use to loop through all the keys. All right, if you're thinking about key set, you are absolutely correct. So for every ID in op records dot key set, right? So this is my op records map, and I'm going to use this map here, and I'll use the dot key set function. What does that give me? That gives me all the keys, right? This is list of ID, list of ID. So list of ID can be iterated on the for loop using for every ID op ID in list of ID. That's your normal iterator, and you can simply say system.debug, and then you can print op ID. Okay. If I were to ask you that you need to iterate over all your values or all your values for every key, what method do you have? You have the values method, right? That's your values. So dot values, you can iterate over all the values. Now in that case, what is the return type of this method? The return type is not ID, it is the entire opportunity. So for every opportunity op in op record map dot values, you can print out the stage name. That was our second use case. You can print out the stage name. Let's say deploy, and let's look at it. Okay, understanding map declarations. Let's run it, execute. And now you should get all the IDs printed, and then you should get all the values. See, all the IDs printed, and then all the values of the stages printed from your opportunity. See, automatically printing everything. Line 1110 is getting printed multiple times. Line 116 is getting printed multiple times. Okay, so this is line 1110. This is line 116. Cool. Perfect. So you are able to loop through all your keys. You are able to loop through all your values. Now the question is, find the record which has stage name, prospecting, and what is our data set looking like? Let's look at the query. If I just say query and I remove the count, let's say ID comma name comma stage name, and let's remove this. So if the stage name is prospecting and the name is name, let's say this is the name, okay, or is null versus is blank. Let me just call it finding this out. Okay, save. If I just take this particular name is what we're finding. So I want to find from a map of all these records that if the stage name is prospecting and the name is this, return me the ID. Okay, so prospecting and name is this. All right, so how do I do that? I need to iterate over all my records, correct? So to find a record in my op records map, I need to iterate over all my records, correct? That's true. Now you need to take a call. Do you need to iterate over the key set, or do you need to iterate over your values? Because if you iterate over your key set, I don't see any advantage there, because you have to get data based on the opportunity, right? You need to check the stage name and the name. So that data is hidden in the every opportunity record. So values option is better, correct? So what I can do is I can say for every opportunity op that I have in op records map dot values. Correct? If I look at this, right? So I'm going to iterate over every opportunity. Now inside every opportunity, I'll say if op dot stage name is equal to prospecting and op dot name equals finding this out. If both the things match, I need to be able to return you the op.id. Correct? So that's what I need to do, and this is how you can do it. So you used some filters, but before the filters you found the right way to query or loop through your map record. You did not use the key set because that's used always, but in this case it made sense to use the values looping, not the key set looping. Okay, and this is how you found it. Okay, what is another way to do it? If you took the key set route, okay, I'm not saying there's only one right answer, but let's say if you went with the key set route, what will happen then? For every key set, you do not get an opportunity here, you get the op ID, right? So you get an ID. Now based on this ID, you need to get your op record in hand equals, because you have the ID, you can use the get keyword to get the opportunity, get the value. right? And then you would do the same thing, op record in hand dot stage name and op record name dot stage in hand dot name. Then you can simply print the op id. This is the variant of, instead of using values, you used key set. What is the additional overhead? One extra line added here. Okay, so depends on what methodology you want to choose, but you have to figure out the smartest way possible. Okay, cool. But I've shown you both options and both will result in the same data, but it's just that there's one additional line of code that you've written in this approach where you've also stored another opportunity in your heap size and you've reused some heap size. Okay, let me go ahead and say deploy. Now you see there is a finding this out typo, so this is going to not give me results. So I just found it when looking at the code. And one more thing I noticed is, let's see, I'll go through the error maybe instead of showing it to you. Let's go ahead and say deploy and let's see if it runs well or not. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Chrome and we're going to say execute. So you see the error says S object row was retrieved via SOQL without querying the requested field. Opportunity.name. A lot of people get confused. Oh, what is this error? What did I do? Line 121. Just read it carefully. Line 121. First of all, let's go to line 121. 121 is this line. What am I doing? I'm using opportunity.name. Yes, I've used opportunity.name. So what is your problem? They're saying that you have used this from in your code without retrieving via SOQL. Oh, okay. So is there a SOQL that I'm using in the op? In this map that I've created, I have a SOQL query. That SOQL query is not even referencing the name. So I need to query the name to be able to use it. That's the problem. So that's what the error says. If I say deploy, this should now work fine and it should return us the results that we are expecting. Execute. Okay, if I say debug only, so after all of this thing that we did, you see both of them are returning the same data, 122 and 129. Key set option and values option, they're returning the same data, which is LAXFIA1. If I look at prospecting, finding this out, LAXFIA1, that's our ID. Correct result returned. Okay, so I hope looping through is clear. Let's go ahead and stage this as well. Discard, oops, I'll just remove these. Discard unstage. I'm going to go ahead and say publish the maps. I'm going to say feed looping through maps. Now what you can do is you can refer the code, you can fork my code and look at it and use it for your understanding also. Okay, cool. I'll just sync these changes and I hope the commit messages are helping you understand. For every commit that I'm doing, you can get the changes there. Okay, fine. That should be all around looping through. Let's look at the next thing, which is list to map magic. And I think I've already talked about it. You can pass list data and use it as a map, right? How did we do this just a while ago? This is what we have done. This one, same thing. Okay, now before proceeding there, let me do something. Let's close this off and I'll go back in here and I'll say public static void handle list via map. Okay, and now here let's say you are receiving okay, it's fine, or let's try it out. So list of opportunity op records. Let's say you are calling this method from some trigger or async apex. Okay, and what you need to do is you need to create a map and you need to use that map in your code. Okay, so the approach is you will iterate over your opportunity records, then use the ID and the opportunity to create a map. No, not needed. Okay, what you can do is you can simply say op records map is equal to new map of ID comma opportunity, and you can simply put that map here. Sorry, put that list here, which is this list right here. Let's give it a try. Let's say deploy. First of all, does it allow us? I think it did. And if it did, let's take this method and let's go to Chrome. Let's say execute. Let's change the method name and I'll say execute. Taking a bit of time. Let's re-execute it. Taking a bit of time. It's okay. Let's close this. Let's see if the log shows up now. This was our previous log. Okay, it says handle list via map incorrect. So that means something is wrong in our code. Maybe handle list via map. Okay, it's expecting a variable or a method param. So what I want to do is I want to pass a list here of records, correct? So I'll pass list of, let's say this is coming from some other method, just to show you, of records equals select id comma name from opportunity where stage name equals negotiation. What are our stage names? Let's look at it. What is the negotiation? Okay, let's take value proposition. Okay, so I want to pass this op records here, and then I want to execute and run and see what is getting returned from the method. If I say debug only, you will see that automatically my list that was passed has been converted into a map of id comma opportunity, and you can now use this map of id comma opportunity in your further code. Use the map directly in your code further, because list will not take you far, maps will take you further, right? So this is a very quick way to actually map your ID with your opportunities, because you will get to use the IDs. You saw how we use the IDs in the above scenario when we were getting the data from the opportunity based on filters. You will do something similar in most of your triggers. And the best part is you don't need to query also. If you have a parameter which is of type list, you can just pass it like this. Okay, but if you want to run a query, in that case what happens? You need to use it like this. Essentially both are the same things. If you understand, this thing that I've highlighted returns a list of opportunity. So that list of opportunity, if it is given to a variable, that variable can also be put here directly. That's the same thing that we did here. The variable is put directly. See this variable. That's it. And that is the magic. All right. So you can pass list data and use it as a map directly. That's why the magic. Okay. A lot of people use the for loop, use that, you know what do we do normally? We basically will iterate over it. So what we'll do is we'll say for every opportunity OPP in op records, I will say my new map dot put opp.id comma opp. Then I will use this new map everywhere else. So that's an extra for loop, right? Why to use that for loop if you can get that this map auto created like this? Saving time, saving money, saving resources. All right, that's what I wanted to say. Cool. And I think most of you did not know about it, so just put a message that you learned something new today. Great. That is the list to map magic. Let's move on to the next topic, which is bulkify via maps. Now things get interesting. Okay, so we have two concerns. One is loop inside loop problem, meaning we write nested for loops, right? I think in one of my trigger use cases, I did a loop inside loop just to, from a flow perspective, because I did not wanted to introduce maps in that particular use case. A lot of people, put a message there saying that, Himanshu, this is not good practice, but there was an agenda behind, doing that. And I wanted to just go through the trigger use cases, not solve a map collection problem, but it's okay. It's good that you guys know that it's not a best practice. That's all that matters. Now, there are two problems that usually happen, and that tells me that you're not a good developer if you're doing one of these, right? If you're writing too many loops inside loops, meaning for inside for, or if you're writing a SOQL query inside a loop, meaning inside a for statement, you're writing a SOQL query, it tells me that you do not know anything about bulkification. You do not worry about the organization. You do not worry about whether your code will, create more problems. You just want to solve your user story. That's it. But if you are good with maps, which you are going to get, with the whole masterclass, you should be using maps and solving both these problems. Okay, we'll take one by one problems and we'll look at how you solve it by maps. Not anything difficult, but a very straightforward solution to it. So these two problems, loop inside loop and SOQL inside loop, are very crucial to understand how best practices and governor limits can be managed when you're writing code for a bigger functionality or a complex functionality. Right now, bulkification is where bulkification comes into picture, and that's where you have to use maps for your solution. Okay, what we are going to do is, as always, we are going to take a use case and we'll understand the nesting problem first, which is the loop inside loop problem. And loop inside loop is not good from a performance perspective and not as a good practice. Wherever possible, you can still remove it and use a map. So for someone who knows maps, will be able to solve this nesting problem in a better way compared to someone who does not. Okay, so what I have here is a use case. Okay, we'll solve this use case, we'll understand, you know, this nesting problem. So now for every account, check whether it has any open opportunities which are above 10 lakh. Okay, and if yes, create a follow-up task for the key contacts of that account. Okay, if I were to write this in our language, it would basically mean if account has at least one opportunity with high value, meaning the amount, okay, then create a follow-up task. Follow-up task for whom? It should be created for the contacts which are part of this account. Correct? That is what it means. That's what we need to solve. Now for those of you who want to give it a try yourself, okay, it is a normal Apex problem. You can go ahead and pause the video here and give it a try. Okay, there could be two approaches. You could be someone who does not know how to use maps, so you will use the for inside for loop, because you'll have to use multiple loops to solve it. For those of you who know maps, you can go ahead and try to solve it on your own and paste the code on the chat, you know, on the comments, if you can. Okay, so that way I'll get to know that, you know, if you are good solving the nesting problem yourself or not, and if you still need more assistance. Okay, but for those of you who are following, we are going to go into Salesforce, VS Code, and I think I have my org opened. Fine, right? So what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and create a new method. Okay, we'll call it public. Let's close this off, and I'll call it public static void handle high value opportunities. Okay, this is what is my method going to be. Right now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the wrong approach first, and not wrong approach, I mean the limited knowledge approach first. Okay, we'll try to do the nested for first, and then we'll try to solve it via maps. Okay, that will give you an idea of, you know, how do you normally write code today and how should you be writing code when you know maps. Okay, it will create that difference. Fine. So now if I look at my use case, what is it that it is asking? It is asking for every account. Okay, check whether it has any open opportunity, and if yes, then create follow-up task for all the contacts, meaning there are three entities here. One is account, one is opportunity, one is contacts, and the records I need to create is task. Make sense? Now for every account, I need to check every opportunity, and then I need to check whether they have a value of greater than 10 lakh or not. Okay, and if yes, I need to find every contact in the account, and I need to create a task for all of those contacts. So if you see, the every keyword for every account is coming for all the objects, meaning I need to iterate over multiple things. Okay, so first things first, I need all the accounts, right? So let's say I'll get list of account list equals, and I can write a query here, right? So I'll say select ID, I essentially need only the ID, so I'm just going to just take the ID and the name. Okay, that's my account. Now you can put a limit query here, it's fine. I'm not taking care of, you know, more than 5 million records and all of that stuff for now. This is just plain, let's say 500 or 100 records. Okay, that's in question. Okay, but yeah, I can put, let's say 200. Okay, just for the sake of our simplicity. List of opportunities is the next thing. I need an opportunity list. Why? Because for every opportunity who's part of this account list is my syllabus. Correct? So I'm to get all the opportunities who are part of my account list. All right. So I'm going to say select ID, comma account ID. Let's say stage name. Let's say amount from opportunity, where account ID in account list. All right, and it said it should be open, right? So let's go to Salesforce and let's try to first of all run our queries, and let's validate the queries. We cannot just be writing the queries on our own. Something might go wrong, so better to be safe than to be sorry later. Okay, so I'll go back to Chrome and I'll say query editor. This is my first query. How many accounts do I have? I have, okay, what happened? Let's say execute. Something is wrong with my console. Okay, fine. Now let's say execute. Okay, so it has 200 records. Okay, these are test records. Fine, it's okay, cool. And then what about opportunities? If I take this query okay, not with the where condition, but if I take this query and if I say, so how many? I have 23 here, okay, which is fine, and I want to check whether they are open or closed, right? So is closed, is that, I think that should be a flag, yes. So is closed equals false, meaning they are all open. So I can put where is closed equals false. Why? Because our use case says that we need to look at only open opportunities, correct? So I need to only look at open opportunities. Cool. So I'm going to go in here and I'll say where is closed equals false, and I need to check all the opportunities which are part of my account, correct? So I can remove this and condition here. Let's try to say save, and I think I'll have to say account ID in account list. Let's say deploy. First of all, let's see if the second query works or not. All right, fine. So the second query also works fine. Now what do we need to do? We basically need to run the third query, which is to get the contacts. This is okay, it's fine. This is our git lens. I'm going to go ahead and say go back here, and I'll say list of contacts. Now I want to get all the contacts which are part of my accounts. Okay, so I'm going to say select ID comma name from contact. Okay, let's also get the account ID in case we might need it, because that's the parent based on which we are referring everything. So where account ID in, I can put account list. Save. Okay, and I need to create, let's also take some additional parameters because we need to create tasks for them, right? So first name, last name, email, what else? I think that should be all. I don't think if we need anything else, I think that should be fine. Let's say deploy. Okay, so I've done 3 queries right now. Okay, and we are trying to do it, something is wrong, variable does not exist, account list. Okay, there's triple C I've put. I'll just say account list. Okay, fine. And now I'll just say system.debug. I just want to check if my queries are running fine. So my first query is account list.size. I need to check how many records are showing up. My second query is going to be opportunity list, and third is contact list. So opportunity list and then contact list. So essentially this will give me all the opportunities associated to all the accounts that we have, all the contacts that are associated to the accounts, and we have about 200 accounts that we are working on. Okay, let's say deploy and let's run it. Okay, let's go back to Salesforce. Let's say execute, and I'm going to go ahead and say handle, and I need to remove the method parameter. Okay, let's say execute. Okay, let's look at the debug logs. There should be 3 logs. The first one says 200, then 13, and then 20. Okay, so our queries are working fine and we have written all the 3 queries. Perfect. Now what do I need to do? I basically need to create follow-up tasks, right? So if I were to think of an approach of how would I solve it without having the knowledge of maps, right? So what would I do? I would iterate over every account I have, correct? So I'll run a for loop for every account. Inside I would iterate over every opportunity I have for each account, correct? Right? For every opportunity I would check if it has amount greater than 10L and is closed equals false. Okay, if yes, I would set up a boolean flag that this account has a high value opportunity, correct? So if I found even one particular opportunity which has more than 10 lakh amount and it is open, I can say that that particular account is eligible for a high value follow-up task, correct? So I would do that. Okay, if I found at least one high value opportunity, I would check all contacts in my account. Which account? That particular account for which I found one opportunity, correct? Now for every such contact I found for that account, I would create task records and insert the task list. That is the entire thing I would do if I had no knowledge of maps and if I was a beginner in writing code. Correct? So if I had to write this down, I'd go ahead and do this. So let's say for every account ACC account list, I need to check for every opportunity inside, right? I'm just going to follow my comments. For every opportunity OPP in opportunity list, if OPP dot account ID is equal to ACC dot ID, okay, and OPP dot amount is greater than equal to 10 1 0 1 2 3, okay, and is, I think is closed, is already checked in the top, right? Yeah, it is already checked. Okay, fine. So I'll go inside and I'll say I need a boolean flag, right? So I'll say boolean has high value equal to true. Okay, if I found any opportunity, okay, that has that is matching the account here and has the amount greater than 10 lakh, I say that is high value equal to true. Okay, and I don't need to check anything else. I'll just break out of the code. What does this mean? This means that for every account, now 200 records here, correct? So first record will come, first record. For first record, it is going to check all the, how many opportunities do we have? We have 16 or 13. What was it? Let's go back. We have logs, execute, debug only. We have 13 opportunities. So I'll say 13 records. Okay, for every 13 records, so first opportunity will come here. Correct? First op, second op, third op. So every opportunity will be looped through. So first opportunity, I need to first of all check if that opportunity's parent is the same account or not. Why? Because you are doing a nested for loop. So it could be that for first account, the first opportunity that is showing up is not the same. The parent account is not the same, right? That is why I have done this check. That the opportunity that I'm currently checking, is the parent account same that for the one that we are looping through. Okay, and then I'm also checking whether this opportunity is a high value opportunity or not. It is, then I am saying put a boolean flag. Okay, now this boolean flag has to be set here, but has to be declared above. Okay, you have to declare and initialize it here. You have to call it false. Okay, so what you need to do, see, you need to basically look at every account and then you say that I'll set a boolean which is false initialized for every account. Then I'll go through all the opportunities. I'll see if any one is also found. If any one is also found, I will mark the boolean as true. I can remove this from here now because it is declared here and it's set here, and then I can break out of it. Make sense? Right? So I have done iteration over every account. I have iterated over every opportunity. I have checked for every opportunity if the amount is greater than 10 lakh, and if I found it, I have set it up as boolean equal to true. Okay, now if I find something which is a high value in my account query, which is here. So if I find a high value, see, where am I doing it? Outside the for loop of my opportunity. Okay, why? Because I need to do it for every account, So for every account means it needs to be done within this loop, not within this loop. Okay. All right. Now I have found a high value here. So if I found a high value, what I need to do, I need to find all the contacts that are in the contact list. Okay. I'll iterate over them and I'll say for if the contact is part of the current loop through account. Okay. Then I will proceed and create my task record. Now this is the code that you have written. This is the code that you have written. So I just tried doing the git lens and the GitLab disablements. I just wanted to get rid of the pop-ups that are showing up a bit, so they should not be that much, but yeah. So now with this approach, what happens is you have written one for loop, another for loop, and this for loop. Okay. However, from a nesting perspective, you have this for loop that's running inside your main for loop, and you also have this for loop which is running inside the main for loop for every account. Okay. I hope you understood the small use case that we did, right? Now here the problem is what's happening is for every account that you have, right? It's looping through every opportunity, even though if that opportunity is not part of that account, it is still looping through every opportunity in the system. And then it checks whether, it is of the same parent account or not. The same thing happens here. It loops through all the contacts and then checks whether the contact in current question is part of the same account on the top or not. And only then takes a decision, which uses a lot of resources and time and, impacts the performance because of this nesting problem. Right? So the queries here are not the problem, because you'll need the queries one way or the other, right? Because you need the records, but the way we have handled the for loop is the problem here, right? And if the record size is, bigger, as in, if the number of accounts, opportunities, contacts increase, that creates a very big problem, because this nesting is going to do repeated checks for the same thing over and over again. Okay. So this is not suggested. This is not the right way to do it, but for someone who does not know maps, this is the only way to do it, right? But now what we are going to do is we are going to revamp this code and understand and figure out a way that we can do the same thing, but by using maps. Okay, so okay with this code right here, fine. Now we'll use it as maps, right? Now where is the scope for introducing a map? First of all, so if I look at my use case, right, my use case says that I need to, for every account, basically I need to ensure that if there are any open opportunities, high value open opportunities, I need to just use that account, and then for that account I need to get all the related contacts for which I need to trigger something, right? So our common identifier between these two things, so one is account with opportunities and one is account with contacts. So the common thing is account, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to create maps where we create a map for one, we create for accounts, one we create for ID comma the boolean, okay, and the second we create account ID with all the contacts in it. I'll tell you why we are doing it, okay? And this is the reasoning that you need to build in yourself when you're using maps, okay? So I'll say account ID to contacts map, okay? Just think about what am I wanting to do. What I'm saying is I'll store all the account IDs in the key for whom I find any high value opportunity, okay? So account ID versus true and false. So this will be all account IDs with true and false. And then I will store another map where I will have all the account IDs with their existing contacts, meaning account 1, contact 1, 2, 3, account 2, contact 4, 5, 6. And then I will take a look at for whichever IDs here in my first map, which are having boolean equal to true as the value, I will only find that particular record in my other map and get all the contacts automatically. Okay, I know it sounds a bit complex and it sounds a bit dramatic, but when I show you how I'm going to use it, it will be very easy. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to initialize our map. Okay, map needs to be ID comma boolean here, and then this map is going to be ID comma list of contact, and this ID in both the maps represents the account ID, because that is the unique identifier between both of my maps. Okay, so I'm using that as an external key as well, as a primary key as well, not external key but a primary key for two maps. Cool. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to create a for loop on my account list. I'm directly going to jump into my opportunity query. Okay, because my query on the top is finding all the opportunities which are linked to some accounts, I'm going to go ahead and start with the opportunity query directly. Okay, let me leave the code right there, and I'm going to say for every opportunity OPP in opportunity list. right? I want to say if op.account ID not equal to null, which is fine, this check can be avoided. And op.amount is greater than equal to 1, 2, 3, 1, 10, yeah, okay, fine. Only if this happens can I say that this particular account that I have this opportunity, I have found an account for which has a high value. Can I say that? Right? I can say, right, because I found one opportunity which is of a parent account for which I can say that this is a high value. So if it is a high value opportunity, can I not just simply go into this map and put a value and say that this particular account ID that I found for this opportunity equals true? Can I not do that? Just this bit? Because see, if I can find an opportunity which has a parent account and the amount is greater than 10,000 and it is an open opportunity, so I can say that this account qualifies to be a high value op, and I need to send out notifications to the contacts for this account. So my key becomes this particular value and I can directly stamp true. Okay, so this map will get populated with all the accounts being the key where the value is true. For wherever it is not true, there's no data that will come into this map, meaning only the account IDs are the keys here for which the boolean is set to true. So I have automatically eliminated all the other accounts. Make sense? So that's the use of the first map. Now for second map, now I have my account IDs here. Correct? Now I'm going to run one independent contact query, contact loop. So contact con in contact list. I'm going to check the same thing, but here, do I need to now run the for loop of the account here? No, not needed. Okay, why? Because I can use the same concept of the adding data to the map. Now this is where our learning will come in hand. The must understand thing that I taught in the last few minutes, in the last 1 hour or so, I don't know, but that's what we need to check. So I need to populate this particular map, okay, where the key is going to be the account ID and the value is going to be all the contacts. What is the approach? I will simply say account ID dot put con dot account ID, and see, because this is a list, I cannot put a con directly, so I'll say new list of contact and I'll pass con here. This is what we do by default, correct? But what we understood is that you cannot put every time directly. You need to check if the key is already present or not. So you say dot contains key. See, if this is the first time it will come, right? I hope you remember what I explained you. The first time whenever the key is not present for every account, the first entry will be for this particular line. But whenever you already have an entry, you need to check if con.account ID is already a key in my map. In that case, I cannot directly put, I have to get my list first using the key. And what will this return me? This will return me a list of contact. And this list is what I need to append. So I will say con list to append dot add. I will add this particular contact, not the account ID, the contact. Okay. Once that is done, I can now override and I can say put, and I can pass this particular list here. This is the exact same thing I told you just a while ago of how to handle what is a must know. See, populate map understanding, this thing right here that I explained. See, if you understand this thing, this else and this if condition, this thing is bread and butter for you. Okay, so either if it contains key, then you do this, or else you do this. For the very first time, you will always run the else condition, not the if condition. That is what it means. Okay, so what has really happened here? You did not use any nesting. You just wrote two independent for loop queries. One is for opportunity, one is for contact. Okay, in the opportunity, you found out only the accounts which are having high value opportunity. So for every such account, you are looking at your account map and you are seeing if that particular account is part of your map, then you need to identify all those contacts and add it to your second map. Now this particular map becomes all the account IDs who have high value and their contacts are in your hand. Now all you need to do is run your final query. And in your final query, what you need to do is you need to basically look at all your accounts in this particular map and you can iterate over them, get all the contacts and you can work on them. How do you do that? You'll simply say for ID, account ID in this map dot keyset. Okay, so you can just say for every account ID in account ID to contacts map keyset, you can get the contact list. Okay, so contact list, which is basically related contacts. I have already used that variable, I think. So I'll say related contacts is equal to account ID to contacts map dot get. Now you need to get the value of this particular map. What is the value of this particular map? The value is a list of contact. So I'm going to say give me all the related contacts. So now the only thing left to do is basically to send out or create the tasks. Now who do you need to create the task for? You need to create the task for all the contacts who are part of this map. Correct. So what you can do, you can use for I think if I go ahead and say so what I'll do is I'll simply say for list of contact. Actually this will basically be for list of contact, con list in account ID to contacts map dot values. Correct. Why? Because account ID to contacts map has every key has a value which is list of contact. So every value will basically be of type list of contact. Correct. So I'm iterating over them and I'm simply saying con list to create tasks for dot add and I can add this entire list. And what is con list? This is my final list of contacts. So I'm just adding all. Okay, let me get rid of this whole second block here. Now that we've understood how to use maps and what was the problem there, let's try to deploy this first of all. And let's see if there's any issues first of all in the code. Because we have been writing code for a while. Yes, there are issues. Method does not exist. List of contact from what is this dot add. Okay, so it's not allowing us add. It should basically be add all, I think. Let's see, add all. Okay, deployed fine. So now we have added all the entire list into another list and we have done it for all the keys. Now this particular list becomes your final list of contacts for whom you need to create a task. So what will you do? You'll say for every contact con in this particular list, you'll go ahead and say task t equals new task and you're going to just create a t list for that particular con. Make sense? If we put the what ID and the who ID, you can associate the account and the contact like this. And now what you have been able to do is you have been able to remove the nesting problem and you have been able to solve it by using maps. Right? I know and I understand that things escalated a bit all of a sudden. They might have been, you might be feeling a bit overwhelmed, but if you take your time with it and you understand what has been done, and if you understood this bit right here, which I already explained in the previous part, you should be fine. Okay, so just make a note that I'm not explaining how to write code here. My understanding is that you understand how to write Apex based on my Apex series, and this specific tutorial is to understand how to use maps on top of it. Okay, so if you're not able to understand some stuff like, you know, why is Himanshu writing this line, how is he getting this stuff, how is he using the list, then you're lagging behind in terms of understanding Apex, understanding list and sets. Okay, so you have to do that homework first, you have to do that groundwork first, and then come into maps. Okay, because if you know list and sets, if you know basic Apex, you should be in the same bandwidth and the same frequency I am working on. Okay, only gap would be you would need some effort to understand what map is doing here. Okay, so it should not be like, you know, you are not even understanding the nested for loop problem, because you should be writing that on your own today, and that's where you are learning this, that you need to now write maps. Okay, so a very quick refresher of what we did. We first of all queried all our accounts, opportunities, contact list. Do not tell me that there's a better way to do this. You can, you know, add filters here. I know, but I've curated it in a way so that I can use the maps to make you understand the problem. Okay, so it's not I'm doing something on purpose, and it's not like, you know, this is the only right answer. It's just to explain you certain things is why I'm using it the way I'm solutioning it here. Okay, so we got three queries. One is account, one is opportunity, one is contact. Now what I thought is, because account is common in opportunity and contact, I created two maps, one with account and opportunity and one with account and contact. Now I do not need the entire opportunities. I just need to know if that particular account qualifies for a high value or not. That's why I created a map of account ID versus a Boolean flag. So here, out of the 200 records, only there will be 10 map key value pairs. Why? Because account ID 1 true, account ID 5 true, rest will all be false. That's why this map is going to help me identify only high value accounts. By doing what? It is iterating over my opportunity query, and it is checking if the opportunity has a parent account and the amount is greater than 10k, that particular account can be considered as high value. As simple as that. Okay, so I just said put, and I overwrote it every time, because why? I know that, you know, if an account is qualifying, then if at least one record is also found, it will just mark it to true. So this map will only have accounts where the value is equal to true. Then I took this map and kept it in my one hand. Then I went to another contact list. So for every contact I have in my query, I am checking and I'm populating another map where I'm putting the account ID as the key and all the contacts which are part of that particular account as the value, which is the list of contact. Okay, so now in one hand I have all the account IDs where the Boolean flag is true, and on the other hand I have all the account IDs with all their related contacts. All I need to do is map the account IDs and trigger the task creations. Correct? So to be able to trigger the task creations, I can simply go ahead and say that all the values in my account ID to contacts map is the list of contacts, for whom I need to create tasks. Correct? So for whom I need to create tasks is this particular list right here. I added all of them into a single big list of contact, and then I iterated over them and created task records for each one of them. Added it to a list, and I'll insert the list later. Okay, so let's go ahead and insert that list. So I'll say list of task t list is equal to new list task, and then t list is here. I'm going to say insert t list. That should do it. Let's go ahead and say deploy. Something is wrong. Variable does not exist because I put a colon here. This should be equal to, let's say deploy again. Okay, deployed. Apex class is changed. Perfect. Okay, I think, yeah, fine. All right, so this is how we have solved the nesting problem. All right, so if you did not, if you understood 60-70% of it, it's fine. Go ahead and continue with the next problem. Because maps are a bit tricky, right? But you'll get the hang once I keep repeating this stuff with different use cases. Okay, so in the next bit, we will do the SOQL inside loop problem, right? So right now, if you notice, all my SOQL queries are outside. But what if you have a scenario where you need to query inside? That is another problem, and that's another interview question. So how do we solve that? We'll see via maps. Okay, so don't worry. If you want, you can rewind the last 30-45 minutes and just go through it one more time in probably 1.25x speed or maybe 0.75x speed, whatever works for you, and then it should be okay. It should be okay. All right. Do you know what's the best thing to do? The best thing to do here would be writing what I'm writing on your own also. And when you're writing it, you will understand every line that, okay, why am I saying contains key here? Is the key account ID? Oh, okay. Why is it the account ID? If I look at this map, what is the key? It is an ID. Oh, okay. That's why it is account ID. Okay, fine. Why am I putting an entire list here? What is the value of this particular map? The value of this particular map is list of contact. That's why I need to put the entire list and not just one con variable. Okay, fine. Why is add all used here? And why is Himanshu iterating over a list by default? Normally we iterate like this, right? For every contact, not a list of contact. But why do I have to do this? Because I need to look at the values of the map. So values of the map is list record. So list, everything is a list. So I need to iterate over list and I need to add all the elements in that list together in another list. Okay. Why is he putting who ID, what ID? What is the difference between them? One is account ID, one is contact ID. You will understand, okay, what ID is for account and opportunities, who ID is for leads and contacts. Okay, fine. And then he's inserting the T list. Okay, understood. I think I'll be able to do it myself also. So that's the kind of thinking mindset and problem solving thought that I want from you with every use case. Okay, and it will come when you do it on your own also. If you're just looking at it, it's not going to help you much. Okay, writing the code is going to be important. Okay, cool. So that was the nesting problem, and that's a very big problem that we have solved. It's a very important interview question. I pretty much ask it every time I ask people, how do you solve the nesting problem and what would you do about it? And if potentially I think of a use case, I just very quickly check with the person interviewing that if this is the scenario, how will you create a map? Which map will you create? Because see, the brilliancy is not in writing this line of code. The brilliancy is actually finding what maps will work for you. If you are able to sort your head with just these two lines, then you will be able to handle the below part. Correct? How did I sort that? By understanding that I have account ID in common and my end result needs all the contacts. So one map I have to keep where account ID versus list of contact. That was true. And the other map I thought that I need to only identify accounts which have high value op. So can I just have a Boolean flag which is true for those accounts? So then I'll use the ID to match. And that's exactly what I did. I used the IDs to match. Okay. I think I have not even used this particular high value up map, right? Where did I use it? I did not use it. So there's something wrong with the code. Correct? So I think there's still something that needs to be done and I am going to fix that. See, while I was explaining you, I understood, okay, I did not use this at all. What did I not use? I did not use this account ID with high value of found map. So let's go ahead and use it. What is happening here is it is just creating the map with all the accounts. It is not looking at which were the high value ones. I don't know if some of you found it while I was doing the tutorial and I was concluding it, but I think I found it now. So see, what is it that's going to happen here? Even though you have isolated and identified account 1, 5 and 9, which are true, but you are nowhere using it. You're nowhere filtering it. Correct? So you're nowhere filtering it. So that means this map is going to have all the accounts, which is incorrect. It should only create tasks for the accounts where high value op is found. So there has to be a way where you inject only the ones where high value op is found. So I think I'm going to do it here. See, for every contact that I have, right, I'm doing this whole code, right? But this whole code to populate the contacts should only be done. The below should only be done if account qualifies as a high value. Correct. So if I were to say if account ID with high value of found dot contains key, what key? Con dot account ID, and that one line should do it. So what happened? If I just say I want to do this whole thing only if I found a record in my first map, then it makes sense. Now it is correct. Okay, so this line was missing in our code. All right, and if I say deploy now, it should deploy fine. So I'm saying that if I find the account of the contact that is currently in question, in the map that is set to true, meaning it is a high value op, only then proceed, or else don't even proceed. So this will eliminate all the contacts which are part of accounts where value is false, or value is not in the map. And that's the one line that was missing, which was a very important line. Okay, great. All right, I think that is pretty much all about the nesting problem. I'm just going to go ahead and say stage, and I'll say feat nesting problem solved via maps. And now the next thing we'll look at is the SOQL problem. SOQL inside loop problem, not SOQL problem, but SOQL inside loop problem. So now let's talk about the other problem, which is the SOQL inside loop problem, right? This is another key problem, another key interview hack to understand whether a developer knows or understands what best practices are, what governor limits are, instead of directly asking, what are the number of DML statements that are allowed, right? So it's important that you understand these kind of problems, nesting problem, bulkification, SOQL inside loop problems can be solved by something called maps, and you need to know maps. It's as simple as that, and that's why this whole masterclass, right? So we'll look at this also from a use case perspective. I'll follow the same approach. I'll try to use the option where I do not know maps, and then we'll use maps to understand how to improve the code. Okay, so the use case says identify contacts whose accounts are from the technology industry and create a follow-up task for them. Okay, very straightforward requirement. For all the accounts where industry is equal to technology, query all the contacts and create a follow-up task for them. Okay, that's the ask. Now a typical beginner developer might start off writing this code, and I'm going to just go ahead and create a method. I'll say handle SOQL within loop. Okay, so what is the ask? The ask is for every account where industry is technology, find all contacts and create tasks for them. Okay, that's the ask. Okay, now how do I proceed with it? I'm going to go ahead and get all my contacts first. So I'll say list of contact. I'm just going ahead with it. Okay, let's see. So I'll say I need to query all my contacts from contact where account ID not equal to null. Okay, this means it will give me all the contacts who have a parent account. So far so good. Now I'll iterate over these contacts, con list, and now here what I'll do is I'll get account ID here by taking the account ID, but I have not queried it, so let's add it in the query, or else I'll get a S-object row missing error. So con.account ID I will assign here, and now what I'll do is I'll go ahead and say account ACC is equal to select ID comma industry from account where ID equals account ID, limit 1. Okay, so for this account ID that I've mapped here, for every contact record, it will always be an ID, and this ID can be mapped here, and I will always get a account record. Make sense? Now if my account dot industry equals technology, I am going to proceed and create task record here. Easy, simple, not a problem, right? But there is a problem. There's a big problem. Okay, now what we have done here is, without knowing maps or without understanding best practices or governor limits, we did a query. So far so good. Query is fine, not a problem. You can query your records. Then you are iterating. Okay, so far so good. You are iterating over your records. Okay, you are taking and storing the account ID in a variable for every contact record. Every time you will store the ID. So far so good, no issues. Now you have run a query inside your loop. Okay, now what happens is, when this loop overworks for too many records, what happens? This runs into SOQL exception, number of SOQL queries. That's a governor limit problem. Correct? So this is not possible. This is not allowed. Right? This will fail. I'm like, it's allowed, but it is going to fail. Then what did you do? You mapped your record to a single record here. You're not bulkifying this also. And then you're directly checking account.industry equals technology and you're doing your thing. This might work for 1 record, 2 record, 10th record it will fail, 100th record it will create exceptions, 500th record it will destroy your system. Escalation. Okay, that's the problem with this code, and this is for people who do not know how to use maps or do not know how to configure or use map for their advantage, right? So now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do the same thing, but we'll take a map approach and we'll see how a SOQL within a loop can be resolved. Okay, so this is one approach, fine, but it is not sustainable, right? So we have to go through an approach that is sustainable and does not create this kind of limit exceptions, because we are in a multi-tenant environment. Okay, you cannot have more than 100 queries here. So if you cannot have more than 100 queries, you cannot work on more than 100 records at once. So what's the point of bulkifying if you cannot even work on 100 records, right? So we have to find a solution that works for governor limits, and that's where map jumps in. That's where map comes in. Okay, so what are we going to do? We have this contact query here, and the best map I could create potentially is a map of ID comma account. Okay, ID being the ID of the account and the account record being the whole account record here. Why am I getting the whole account record? Because remember, I need to check the industry of the account. So I need to use the dot operator to check the industry, this thing, right? That's why I'm keeping the whole account. All right, now how do I populate this account map? Right, this account map could be populated by using a direct SOQL query. Remember I taught you about SOQL query. So can I do this? Select ID, comma name, comma industry from account where industry. Okay, let's not do the where clause here, it's fine. I want to only get accounts for the contacts that I am concerned for. Identify contacts, right? I want to identify the contacts for whom I am concerned for. So I have my contact query here, right? So I have my contact query here, but I need to extract all the accounts which are part of my contact. So what can I do? I can run a query, I can run a for loop for every record in con list. Give me con.account ID. Okay, so I've created one list variable which is of type IDs, and it is storing all my account IDs. So far so good. So account IDs is stored in this for loop, and then I'm saying from account where ID in account IDs, meaning I'm only looking at accounts where I'm getting data for my contacts, not anything else. Okay, and this query is going to return what? A list of account. I'll just go ahead and transpose it, right? So I'll say map of ID comma account, and it can only be a map. Okay, it cannot be a, it can be a map of ID only, ID comma s object, not something else. Okay, you cannot do anything else. It has to be ID comma this. So now this list of account will be transposed into a map, and here you have the account ID and here you have the entire account which has ID, name and industry value. So far so good. Okay, now you have this account map. Okay, now you see how things will change here. I'll keep this for loop as is here. Okay, I'll duplicate it here and I'll remove this whole section for our new. Now what were we doing? We were getting the account ID, correct? We're getting the account ID. I will still get the account ID. Okay, no problem. And then we were running this SOQL query, but the SOQL query is what we want to avoid. How can I avoid the SOQL query now? By using my account map. Account map dot get account ID is going to return me the entire account record, right? So you're still mapping it to the account record, but you're not using a SOQL query, but instead you're using a map. Your problem is solved. Just that right there. That's it. Okay. Additional checks you could put is if account ID not equal to null, you can put this check and then you can run this whole code inside. Okay. And then the next thing you can do here is if ACC not equal to null, you proceed with your further work. What's your further work? You will create a task record. trec dot what ID, trec dot who ID. What is who ID? You know who ID is the contact. What is what ID? It is nothing but the account ID. You can either use acc.id or you could use accid, meaning either this variable or this variable, anything. Okay, and then you can say tlist.add trec. I'm not populating the other values, okay, for the task. I'm just explaining you this. I'm not creating a task record anyway, so it's fine. So tlist is this. Now what is tlist? Tlist is nothing but a list of tasks that you will essentially create at the end of the code. Alright, now here you will say if tlist dot is empty is equal to false, insert tlist. That's it. You solved your SOQL problem inside a loop by using a map. Very straightforward, very simple, nothing complicated, nothing fancy. Tell me if it makes sense. Okay, let's try to deploy and see if it is getting deployed. I mean, there are no compilation errors first of all. So let's go ahead and say deploy. Wow, amazing, no errors. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and commit it to Git. This is the new method. I'll go ahead and say push. I'll say feat SOQL-Within-a-Loop problem solved. Okay, I'll remove these. I'll remove this particular, and I was able to find a setting, this one right here, so that it does not show up the Git author changes every time. It was a bit distracting for you and for me as well. So just remove that. Okay, cool. Now this is also committed to Git. Now this tells us that, again, take your time, go through it also one more time. I think the previous one was a bit hectic, a bit complicated, but this one is a bit simpler after the previous one. What we can do is now look at our keynote and we can see that, you know, SOQL inside loop problem is also something that you can handle. It's very straightforward. See, again, now I'll tell you one thing, okay? It's not important that you find the right map that you want to create. Okay? It's only important that you use maps. You do not use this incorrect practices. That's all. You do not use this practice. Okay? You use the best practice. So if you need to use 3 maps to get to your result, it's okay. I don't have any problem with that. Go ahead and use 3 maps, 5 maps, 10 maps, but use maps. Okay? That way you will reach to a point where you will be able to do your logic with minimal number of maps needed. Okay? For example, in the previous use case, we took 2 maps. Correct? If you can reach this by 3 maps, now for example, you could do another map for opportunity, then you could do the boolean and then the contact. It's fine. Because as long as you are using maps, you are not going to hit any kind of governor limits and you will stay within the best practices. It's just that your complexity might increase a bit, but it's okay, right? As long as you are within the governor limits and the best practices, because that's the most important part of why maps need to be used from a bulkification angle. All right, great. Let's sum this whole thing up. So now you can put a comment saying bulkification makes sense, because I think these two are the key problems that are asked in every interviews. You'll face it in your day-to-day development, and now that you know maps and you understand how to solve it, it's going to make sense to you and it's going to solve a lot of problems. Now, from a comparison perspective, okay, a nested for loop is a problem if you use loop inside loop repeatedly, okay, for comparing records like we did for the account ID. Con.account ID equal to account ID, opportunity.account ID equal to account ID using the parent for loop. Not ideal, it's kind of not a good approach. But if you go for a map based approach, you only need to set the records in the map once and then you can utilize it. Okay, no issues with a loop inside loop, no performance and no time factor. Okay, SOQL inside loop, you need to query the database for every record. That's a problem. And this runs in a loop, meaning for every contact record, for every opportunity record, you are going to query your parent account based on some criteria. Not needed, not sensible. Better query it once, store it in your map using the IDs framework, and you can access any record by using the get command. Okay, better approach, not a bad approach. Performance issues, you have a lot of high CPU usage, which is going to slow down your performance. That's a problem. But when you use a map, because it's already indexed using a key value pair, getting a value based on a key is a very fast result. Correct? It's a very fast way of getting it. That's a better performance. From a governor limit, we know map is bulk safe. That's why we're using maps. And any kind of SOQL inside loop or nested for loops creates a kind of slow transaction or a CPU timeout chances, okay, exception chances. Common map types that you can use are these two. One is map of ID comma object, like ID comma account, ID comma contact, ID comma opportunity. But if that is not sufficing, you can use map of ID comma anything inside. You can have a list, you can have a list of object, list of string based on whatever your requirements are. Okay, it's not this is not put here as a bad approach. I think this is one line separate. Don't think that this is a bad approach. These two are okay. All right, fine. Great. That covers bulkification of how to use maps, and I think this was a very important part or important chapter in this whole masterclass. I hope it made sense. Let's quickly recall and revisit what all did we do. As of now, we have actually started with understanding the what and whys, how we migrated and moved from list and sets, and now we are using something more concrete and more two-dimensional, which is maps, key value pairs, and where all are they used. All right, so we've been able to actually avoid SOQL inside loops, avoid nested loops. We have been able to handle parent-child data, account contact, account opportunity, right? We have been able to do faster data access. Okay, now I think we have some items left. We'll look at that in the very next segment. And then we started with the basics of how to declare a map, and that map should be unique. The key should be unique. We looked at the methods, every method we looked at, and we understood how to use them. And then I told you that, some of the key important methods are the first 7, right? These 7. And you have been already using get, put, contains, key, values, key set pretty much a lot, right? We have not used these below, if you notice, okay? It's because that's not going to be a day-to-day thing. Then we talked about the must know how to actually populate data inside a map by not overwriting data. That is one key thing I wanted to explain you before I jumped into certain use cases. That's what we discussed. And then we also understood how can you use a SOQL query and declare a map using it directly. You don't have to, do an extra for loop. And then we did some basic declarations, which is pretty simple and straightforward. We understood how to loop through key using key set, how to loop through values using the values method. Then we loop through the key set and we use the get command to get a value. All the 3 type of looping we understood. And then I told you that you can actually pass an entire list to a map directly and use it in the ID comma s object annotation, and that was some good stuff to know. And then in the very last segment, we actually talked about how to bulkify your code via maps, how to be interview ready from a loop inside loop problem, SOQL inside loop problem, where solution is a map. So we looked at the nesting problem, and then we also looked at the SOQL inside loop problem, and finally we understood what are the pros and cons, and why map based approach is the better approach and is the preferable approach. Cool. Great. That kind of concludes this segment, and now we move on to maps in triggers, because in triggers is very crucial, and you are going to write a lot of triggers. It's important that you understand how this framework of maps works in the trigger side. So I'm not going to explain you triggers, okay, because triggers is explained in a separate playlist. Let me know in the comments if you do not know where the playlist is. I can give you a link, but I have about 30 use cases on triggers which you can use to master triggers as a whole. This segment is going to be about understanding these variables that Salesforce provides, new map, old map, and how to compare old and new values, and how does map come in handy there. Okay, so that because you cannot use a SOQL inside a loop, you cannot use a for inside a for, so these map variables help you with that problem. Okay, that's the next thing we look at. So when you're using triggers, right, you use a lot of variables that are available from the platform. Trigger.new, trigger.old, trigger.new map, trigger.old map, right? So if I were to, let's say, look at opportunities, we'll use opportunity as our object for this understanding. Let's go into opportunities, and basically the fundamental idea of triggers is that you can actually do things before and after an event, and that event is basically when a record is changed, created, deleted, undeleted, right? So if I'm going into this particular opportunity and I'm changing the stage to qualification and I'm marking it done, this is changing this record, right? A record change is an event, and when that event happens, you can do things, and that's where we use triggers, right? From a very basic fundamental thing. However, for our understanding from a map perspective, we need to understand when this happens or any kind of change event happens in the background, what really goes, right? So if I were to look at open triggers, I don't have an opportunity trigger written yet. So let's go ahead and create a new trigger. Okay, I'm going to go to VS Code and I'm going to say I want to create an Apex trigger. I'll call it opportunity trigger, and then on this trigger, this is on a S object which is called opportunity, and this is, let's say, before update. Okay, I'm going to handle the update scenarios because that's where maps come in handy most of the times, right? Insert is a fresh insertion, so you'll not have before and after things, but just for your explanation and understanding of map variables from an update scenario, this will be helpful. Okay, great. Now let's go back to our keynote, and we want to talk about and understand how you can use maps in triggers and how do you compare old and new values, right? So before we understand that, we have to understand two key variables that Salesforce provides. Okay, so if you're going to write a before update trigger, you'll simply say if trigger dot is before and trigger dot is update opportunity, or let's not use opportunity, I'll say maps util dot handle before update. Okay, now here you have variables available natively from Salesforce that you can pass. These are the 4 variables that you can natively pass, right? There are more variables, but these are the 4 that you can pass, correct? And if I were to create this particular method here, it would look something like this: public static void handle before update, and I have to accept those 4 variables. Right? So let's do this. Let me just get rid of all of these methods. I'll just close this off, close this off. Okay, now here handle before update, I have 4 attributes that I want to pass, correct? Now before deploying my trigger, I cannot deploy it because it has a dependency on this class, so I'll deploy this particular class first. Let's see if it deploys fine. It should deploy fine. It's just an empty method, not a problem. Deployed fine. Now I'll go ahead and say deploy. Okay, now you see there are 4 variables. First of all, I'll get an error that it's an incorrect assignment. Okay, method does not exist. Now see, when this error shows up, what does it tell you? That the parameters that you have passed look something like this. Okay, they look something like this, but you did not pass them here, and that's my cheat sheet to actually getting this information quickly without typing it. All right, so you see, trigger.new is nothing but a list of opportunity. So the opportunity that is getting updated, it's showing up here. So this is new records. Okay, that's your first variable. Trigger.old is the older version of your opportunity record before it was changed. So let's call it old records. Okay, then trigger.new map is another attribute available. Instead of new, you have a map basically. Okay, instead of a list, you have a map. So what would that map be like? It would be id comma object. So you see id comma object. So it is opportunity, and this is new map. And then finally you have old map, which is trigger.old map. Again a map. Instead of old, if you use old map, you get an id comma s object. So that's your old map. These are the 4 attributes that are available, or variables that are available, which help you in pretty much all your trigger use cases, correct? Make sense? Right? Now let's deploy this, and now let's deploy this, and hopefully this time this file should get created. Deployed, and I think it's deployed now. Okay, now the scenario that we are handling is before update, meaning whenever I'm updating. Now, okay, let me walk you through the scenario. The scenario is I want to do something only when my stage changes to needs analysis. Okay, that could be one scenario. The other scenario could be I only want to do something when my state changes from qualification to needs analysis. Okay, that could be another scenario. So how do you take care of these kind of scenarios where a change event needs to be tracked based on certain change? Now, because why am I talking about it? See, let's say you update this stage here. The stage got changed, the trigger must have run, right? However, if I were to make a change on the close date, okay, I update the date attribute. Is that also a change event? Yes, it is a change event, right? But in this case, did the state change? No. It did not change, meaning you need to be able to identify what is the exact change because of which the record has been updated. And if you have requirements around that, that's where these map variables come in handy. Now I'll talk about it. Okay, let's say you want to create a task record. You want to create a task record every time your stage changes from needs analysis to value proposition. Okay, you want to do this only when your record is updated, but the record is updated from a stage perspective, not a date or a revenue or amount. Even if the amount gets updated, I don't want this to trigger. I only want it to trigger when the stage has changed and it has changed from needs analysis to value proposition. That's my use case. Okay, and that's where we use maps. And most of you who already know triggers will understand what am I trying to say. But if you do not, then look at the triggers playlist first and then understand maps. You will understand maps from that playlist also. But in this tutorial, this masterclass, we are specifically looking and understanding maps. Okay, not triggers. So this method has 4 attributes. Perfect. And I'm going to look at this particular method and I'm going to log what is showing on new records, what is showing on old records, what is showing on new map, and what is showing on old map. Let's see first of all. Okay, so you know and you understand that new and old actually does not contain the same thing. Okay, let's say deploy. So I have the trigger which is before update. So it should run every time I update a record in the before context. Okay, so let's go back. Let's open our developer console and let's say I want to see all the logs that are there, and now I want to actually say I want to update the stage back to qualification. Let's say stage, make a stage change. So that has created a new record. 254 is the date timestamp. Let's open it. Let's make it a bit down. Let's say debug only. You see 4 logs. Okay, this is your new record, this is your old record, this is your new map, this is your old map. What is our new record looking like? The stage is qualification. So if you see the first one, that's your new record, the stage is qualification. Where is it? The stage is qualification. That's your new record. But before you made the change, the stage was needs analysis, correct? So if you see the old record, everything else is same, only that the stage is needs analysis. Now that's your list attribute. You get a list of opportunity wherein you have 1 record currently in the question because you only updated 1 record. However, if you want to look at a map version of your list, you have this map, which is new map, ID, opportunity, ID, S object. So for this ID, you have this record with the stage name as qualification, which is your new record. However, your old record, same ID, has the previous stage name. And that's how and that's why these map variables help you to compare old and new values. Now let's say my use case is I want to actually handle before update and I want to create task record when stage is updated. Okay, this is the method that I want to work on. So what do I want to do? I basically want to check if my record is changed and if stage is changed. If stage is changed, is it changed from needs analysis to value proposition? Meaning old value is needs analysis, new value is value proposition. Only then I create a task. Okay, how do you handle this? You basically iterate over your opportunity. Which opportunities will you iterate on? All the new records that are currently in question. Bulkification. Okay, right now you have only 1 record, but you will look at your record. Now here, this op is your current instance, which is nothing but this new version, right? But you need to work on the old version also. So what do? You basically use your old map. Okay, so what will you do? You will say old map dot get op dot id. What will this return? This will return you an opportunity. So this opportunities stage is what you want to get. So you will see string old stage equal to this. Similarly, if you have to get the new stage, how do you do that? You simply replace old map with new map. And that's it. That's your new stage. So far so good. Okay, if I were to print it now, I will print out the old and the new stage. Okay, let's remove all of this. Let's remove all of this. Let's remove this. Let's remove this methods nomenclature and say deploy. So now if the stage is changed, I think the stage is not the right keyword. It should be stage name. I think so. Stage name, right? Opportunity. Stage name. Let's wait for the deployment. If it fails, we are going to, yeah, variable does not exist stage. So I think the API name is stage name. So let's say deploy. I think this time it should deploy. Yeah, deployed. So now I'll see what is the old stage and what's the new stage. Let's close this off. Let's go back and let's say I want to go to perception analysis from, what is my current stage, by the way? Let's go to opportunities again. So my current stage is qualification. I'll go to perception analysis, let's say. So qualification to perception. Let's see my new log. What is my old stage? Qualification. New stage, perception. Perfect. So you see, this is how you are able to check old values and new values. So this means that every time you work on any kind of change event, you have an old version of your record also for any kind of purpose. Okay, now what do? You'll basically say if old stage is not equal to new stage, can I use this logic to say that the stage has changed? I can, right? If old stage and new stage are different, that means that someone has changed the stage. Yes, that means I can say that stage was changed. Not something else, but stage was changed. Okay. So I'll get rid of this thing and I'll say deploy. So it will only go inside if the update happened, but the stage update happened, not something else. Okay, so let's test it out very quickly. So now I'll go ahead and say ID decision makers. If I switch my stage, so my stage has changed. If I look at the debug log, what does it say? It says stage was changed. Perfect. But if I go to details and if I changed my next step, follow up, save, in this case, is the stage changing? No. So let's look at the log. This is the new log. Let's look at it. See, the stage was changed is not showing, meaning the stage has not changed. And this is what I wanted to tell you, that you can handle certain things only on certain change events for certain attributes, and this is your way by using old map and new map. So now here you can now check if new stage is equal to value proposition and old stage is equal to needs analysis. If both the condition are met, I only want to create a task, then I want to create a task. Okay, let's deploy this now. So I'm comparing my old and new stage. If they are not the same, that means someone changed the stage, and that's the reason I want to continue checking. And if my old value was needs analysis and new value was value proposition, I want to proceed and create a task only then. Let's go ahead and say from ID to perception analysis. Will it create a task? It should not. Let's check. Debug only, even though the stage was changed, but task is not getting created. But if I go to needs analysis and I say mark as current stage, what happens? The old value is now true, but is the new value value proposition? No. So stage was changed, but task did not get created. Task. If I now say value proposition from needs analysis and look at this particular log right here, it should tell me that I want to create a task. And that's the beauty of old map and new map. And that's the sense of using it. And that's why we use it. And that's why Salesforce has given you these variables. Make sense? Alright, so that's your idea of new map and old map, and you can do it with any and every attribute, because this thing right here will always give you the entire object, and you can fetch any attribute using the dot operator. Why is this helpful? Because see, if you want to create a task and you don't want to do it every time, right? You only want to do it on the stage change. What if someone changes the amount? Should you create a task? No, because the stage did not change. That's where it helps. That's where it does not create duplicate records. That's why comparing old and new is important. Make sense? All right, great. I hope that made sense, and I think we are good, and we'll proceed into the next segment, which is record grouping. So we'll do some use cases here, and I've listed them down, and this is around record grouping. Okay, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to take you through all the kind of possibilities of how you are going to use maps in your day-to-day life, and with these examples and these hands-on and these use cases, you should be good. Okay, now I have 3 use cases here, which are kind of, an extension of the second one is an extension of the first one. The third one is an extension of the second and the first one. Okay, so we're going to write one code, and that will solve 3 problems for you. Okay, and again, these are also interview questions, like, very, very generally asked interview questions, something that you should know and something you should be able to write on your own if given a chance. Okay, cool. So group all contacts under each account is your first ask. So let me go to the drawing board first. Let's go back to VS Code, and now here what I'm going to do is let's open a new tab. Okay, so our first ask is group all contacts under each account. So for example, you have account 1, 2, 3. Okay, you have contact A, B, C. All right, okay. C made itself contact. I need to replace it, and let's say D. Okay, account 1 has A and B. Okay, account 2 has C. Okay, account 2 has C. Account 3 has D. This is the split of how the accounts and the contacts are linked. All right, now you are asked that you need to group it this way. So you need to create some sort of mapping so that you can create this kind of grouping. Meaning the key, if you understand, say from a map perspective, the key should be account and the value should be contact, but not contact list of contact. Okay, so with this visualization, you agree that my map is going to be ID, list of contact. So it's okay, you can have account ID, okay, not the full account. So because ID has to be unique, no? So ID, list of contact, that's going to be your map, correct? So if this is your map, can you populate it using this format? I've already taught the same thing to you in one of the previous segments. So pause the video here and give it a try. That's your part 1, okay? And tell me if you're able to do it on your own. It's the same thing. Now the second part is find the count of each account with its associated contact list size. Okay, so what we are saying is, now here you have 2 contacts, here you have 1, here you have 1. So the end result should be A1 has 2, A2 has 1, A3 has 1. That's the ask. So what kind of map should this be? This should be map of ID, integer. Agreed? Agreed? Perfect. What's the third question? The third question is identify accounts which have more than, let's say, 2 contacts. Okay, 2 contacts. So identify from this list who have more than 2 contacts, this one. So my final result should be A1, 2. Okay, that's my final result, which has more than, or let's say more than, or at least 2. Okay, at least 2. So this one, this is your result, which is another map. Okay, and if you want to extract only the accounts, then you can just have a list of account as the final result. Do you agree in terms of what is the data type that's going to be for your questions? Agreed, right? And that's how you need to group your records in key value pair. Now for these 3 questions, we are going to write the code. Okay, if you want to take it up as a challenge, pause the video here, try it on your own, and tell me that yes, Himanshu is able to write the whole thing by myself using the map collection, not list and set and not nested for loop, and paste the code that you wrote. Okay, it's going to help you a lot. Believe me, write it on your own. Don't just see my video. Okay, fine. Now let's get started. Keeping this in mind, these are our variables. So I'll take my first variable. Blindly I'll go in, I'll close the opportunity trigger. Let's go back and first commit it. So I'll remove these trace logs, discard, move to trash, and I'll deploy these 3 things: stage, feet, trigger, old and new variables. Explained using maps. Okay, that's done. That's out of there. And now what we'll do is we'll go back to maps util and I'm going to create what is my ask is a new method, so I'm going to create a new method. Okay, I think we wrote most of the code already in some other understanding. In this one, understand map declare, no, populate map understanding, but let's look at it. Okay, so understand record grouping. Okay, that's the question, and my variable is going to be this. Okay, account ID versus contact map equals new map of this, and that's my declaration. Account ID V can be capital. You see how my nomenclature works automatically. That's my practice. I, V, C, M is capital. I try to keep it like this so that it's easier to read and it is also understandable. I do not call it, you know, map 1. What is map 1? Okay, it's not sensible. So it's better to keep something more meaningful from a practice perspective. All right, now my ask is that I need to do this. That's my first ask. So what I'll do, I'll first of all query all my contacts with account ID. So list of contact con list equals select ID comma account ID from contact where account ID not equal to null. This check is important. Why? So that I only get the contacts who have parent accounts. Make sense? Okay, if you need more parameters here, you can add them. Okay, don't rely on my code completely, but if your code requires more parameters, add them here, not a problem. Done. So far so good. I have the contact list now and I want to populate this particular map. This map has the account ID as the key and all the contacts inside it which are part of that account. So this, now we know we can blindfold our eyes and do it. Correct? So for every contact in con list, what am I going to do? I'm going to write my if else condition. So I'll put the contains key check here, else it will be a first time scenario. So whenever it is a first time scenario, I'm going to say account list.map.put, I'll say con.account ID, that's my key, and I will put a new list. That's my else condition. We know now, we have done it 2 times. That's my contact list. However, if I find the map and it has a key already, meaning dot contains key, and the key is con.account ID, meaning that key already exists. So what do? I simply say account ID versus contact map dot get. What do I say by get? By saying get me by the key. What does this get me? This gets me a list. What kind of list? Contact list. Why? Because this is your value, this is your key, so it gets you a list. Okay, so this is going to be con list to append, and I simply append my new record by saying add my extra contact here, and then use the same put command to overwrite my map with the new list, which is this list right here. Not a new list, but the new list, but the append list. To amend, let me just correct this thing, spelling, to amend. Perfect, done, save. Let's deploy until here first of all. Okay, something is wrong. Extra something somewhere. What is this extra something somewhere? Line number 4. What is 4? 4 is this one. There's an extra bracket. Remove it and now say deploy. Okay, so the first ask was to get us this mapping. Sorry, not this one. Yeah, this mapping, correct. So let's see, this got deployed. I'm going to call this method, and when I call this method, I should be able to go outside the for loop and put a debug statement to print my map. Okay, print my map. Let's print our full map. It's okay, just to understand. Okay, something went wrong. Understand group is not the correct thing. I need to print my map, not the method name. Okay, all right, let's say deploy. All right, this is deployed, I believe. Let's go back. Okay, it's getting deployed. Let's go back to Salesforce. Let's go anonymous, and I want to run my next method and open the log. Taking its own sweet time. Let's rerun it. This time it is run, and now let's look at the map. So that map should have the account ID 001, account ID, and all the contacts inside it. Okay, not a beautiful log to see, but See, all the account ID with the contacts inside it, meaning things look good. Okay, we are getting the map. Fine. If you want to look at it a bit better, what's your approach? You can actually iterate over your map for every ID. In what? For every ID in what? In your map. So, but map will not be enough. What is the method to get the IDs in a iterator? You can loop by saying key set. Correct? You know this. I can simply say how many IDs are there by saying system.debug looping for account ID, and I can say that with values of contact. How do I get the value of every account ID in that map? So I can simply say map.get. So it will give me the entire list, correct? And that's a beautiful way to debug and display a map data. Let's say deploy, and this will be a bit better. Deployed, fine. Let's go back. Let's say execute. Ran quickly, amazing. And now we'll say debug only. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, blah, blah, blah. All of these have shown up, and these are the only ones which have contacts. Now you see James Ashley is associated to this account. Jane Gray is associated to this one. These accounts have multiple contacts, and that's basically the whole idea of our use case. Where's our use case? Where's VS Code? That's right here, there. So this thing is accomplished. That's use case number 1. Okay. Now, second thing we need to do is basically count. All right. We need to count what is the number of contacts every account is holding. So can I continue on this? We can continue on this. Why? Because you have this already. All you need to do is get a count of your values. Correct? So what you need to do is you need to create a variable and you say account ID versus contact count map. That's your map that you want to create. Correct? That's your next result. Right? Now, to be able to count, what are you counting here? You are counting the number of values per key. Values per key. So can I say that if I want to get data for A1, it will be A and B. And can I simply say that A and B dot size will give me 2? I know that was a bit fast, but can I say for every ID that I have in my map, can I simply say that account ID versus contact count map dot put? So I need to put key and value. Key will be the account ID and value will be the size of the contact list it is storing. Correct? Can I do that? Size of the contacts list it is storing. What is it here? It means which map? It means account ID versus contact map. Because the value is list of contacts. So if I can just use the dot size method, it will give me the size. Simple. So I'll say account ID, comma, account ID dot get account ID dot size. As simple as that. That is going to get you the size. I want to print the same thing here. If this was a bit fast for you, take your time to understand what really happened. It was not very difficult thing to understand or process, and it is not a very big complicated physics or chemistry question with size of contact. Now all I did was I created a map because I understood what kind of map I want to create. I already had a map where ID was the account ID and the value was a list of contact. See, list of contact. So I know for list, I know size method exists. So if I say size, it will give me the total size. So for every ID, instead of having the list of contact, I just use the size function. So for A1, it will give me 2, A2, it will give me 3, A4, it will give me 5, and so on and so forth. Let's quickly test it out. I'm going to get rid of this particular debug, or let me just comment it out in case you guys want to refer it from GitHub. You can refer it. Okay. Deploy. Let's go back, execute, debug only, and now you'll see that for account ID 1 you have 4, 1, 2, 4, exactly what we wanted to see. See, exactly what we wanted to see. 2, 1, 1, exactly the same thing. Amazing, right? Did you have to write any nested for loop? No. Did you need to write any SOQL inside for loop? No. Was it tough? No. Maps, Get command contains ki just 2 or 3 commands you know, and you are able to handle any sort of data. You just need to kind of get your head around these maps that we are creating. What's the third use case? You need to only get records where data is more than 2, meaning the number of contacts which are associated are more than 2. My question for you is, can you continue on the same? Yes, you can, because the ID is available, the size is available. All you need to do is filter out your map. Correct? So now I'll take the same for loop. Okay, and what can I say? I can simply say that account ID versus count map dot get account ID. What is it going to give me? This is going to give me a number. If that number is greater than 2, or let's say greater than equal to 2, whatever our use case. Okay, so if this is greater than equal to 2, only then print it or proceed into storing it into another map. That's what I'm saying. So I want to print this only if the size is greater than 2, or I want to store it only if the size is greater than equal to 2. Let's say deploy. I think it deployed fine. Let's execute anonymous, taking its own sweet time. Let's close it, rerun. Okay, this time it ran. And now let's look at the debug only. So all of this is fine. And then you see line number 33 from here. Line number 33. See, this is all 28. Okay, 28. Line number 28 is where this debug log. This is printing everything. But line number 33 is only printing things which are greater than equal to 2. And if you notice that from 33, you will not see the 1 entries. 4, 2, 4, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. Perfect. And that's how you have been able to use 3 maps, populate information, related data, group them properly, no best practices violation, all code is looking good. This is the best code that you can write. Okay, looks so neat, so easy to understand, and it is pretty much doing everything that you need to do it, needed to do. Makes sense? Put a message, put a comment that okay, yes, grouping makes sense. This is kind of helping us clear and understand things a bit better. Just put a comment, it helps me. Okay, so feed, and I'm going to put a commit message here. I'll say record grouping explained. Okay, let me know if you're not able to find the GitHub repository for this. I'll give you the link on the comments. Okay, perfect. That was our explainer on the record grouping, and that's another thing done. Amazing. Let's go back to our keynote. Let's see what's next in store. Dedupes and matching. So there will be times when you're going to handle duplicates, and there's going to be a lot of such times when you're going to handle duplicates. In such cases, when standard duplicate rules might not suffice, you might need to do some checks via Apex, right? So in such scenarios, maps come into your help. Right, so I've kept some very simple and commonly used dedupe scenarios. Okay, first one being contacts which have the same email. That's one duplicate scenario. Opportunities with the same stage is not a duplicate, but just to group information in terms of matching. And then accounts with the same country code, maybe to campaign, right? You might want to give this information to some third party to create campaigns based on country. So that's where your matching helps, and this is where your dupes help, right? Deduplication. So what we're going to do is, in the next segment, we are going to go ahead and understand how to write code to be able to do matching. All right, so I'm going to close this off, and this is already committed to Git, and there's a good amount of chunk that we have done. I'm going to create a new method, and I'm going to call it public static void handle account duplicates. All right, I think contact duplicates. Yeah, so this should be contact duplicates. All right, now to be able to handle duplicates, see, this might be coming from triggers, so you might want to look at the full database. In such case, let's say you want to query all your contacts, right? So because you're using email, right, with the same email, you need to get email in your contact list, right? So last name comma email from contact. Okay, where email not equal to null, meaning at least I'm only checking non-nulls, right? Meaning records which have data. Okay, now the most important question arrives where I will take a pause and you tell me what should your map variable look like. So the question is, I want to find contacts with the same email. This is the question, correct? This is what you need to derive or find. So how would the grouping look like? Think about it. What should be your key versus what should be your value? Can I say, based on everything that we have understood, that my key is going to be the email and value is going to be all contacts which have that email? Can I do this? I can do this, right? If I have this key value pair somehow with me in a map, I can simply check whichever key has the value, which is nothing but list of contact. If the size is greater than 1, it means it has one or more duplicates. Correct? And that's our use case, right? So keeping this whole thing in mind, and I hope you understood, right? I'm going to go ahead and just mark it as a comment so that you can continue referring it if you need to. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create that map. So my map will basically be, the key is going to be the email, which is a string, and the value is going to be list of contact. So far so good. And I can call it email to contact map, just to keep the naming convention in a way so that it is easily understandable by me or by a fellow developer who looks at this code after 6 months. Okay, this is my map. Now what do? I iterate over my records. Again, the same old understanding, the populate map understanding. You are going to populate this map based on that idea. So you see how this particular understanding, this method that I taught you and hope you understood, is helping everywhere. I'll show you how. So for every contact, con in con list, what do? You basically put data in your map, correct? So how do you put data? You say email to contact map dot put. What do you put? Your key is going to be email and your value is going to be the entire con record. But because it is a bulkification and it is a list, so you cannot pass one record, you have to create a list of contact because this is the first time, and you can pass it as a variable like this. So far so good. Okay, however, only thing you need to worry is, what if your map already contains that key? In that case, you don't want to override it, you only want to append it, meaning you say if email to contact map dot contains key, same old thing that we have done in the previous segments, but it is important that you understand. If it contains the email, then I don't want to put first, I want to get the value. I want to get the current list of contacts that are associated to this particular email. I want to store it in a temp variable, con list to append. And then I want to use this list and add my new contact there, because even this has the same email. And finally, I say put. And when I say put, I say for this particular email, I want to override it, but by the appended list value, this thing right here. And that's it. And this will now go in the else condition. It will not run every time. It will only run for the very first time when a key is being set. Make sense? All right. Now there's one small catch here. Email, right? Email can come from the source by person typing it, maybe from some integration. So let's say I have h@m.com. Okay. I have sms@gmail.com. I have hmsms@gmail.com. I have h@m.com. I have h@m.com. This is coming from the system, from different systems. Now, what all are duplicates here? Can I say that 1, 4, 5 are duplicates? But see how it is, the casing is different. But does it mean that they are not duplicates? No, they are still duplicates. Meaning I need to ensure that my data validations are proper, meaning I have to do some sort of data sanity before. So what can I do? Every time I get a con record, I take this string, which is the email, and it is formatted, or let's say cleaned up, and I take my contact's email and I convert it to lowercase. To lowercase. Okay, and I can keep everything in lowercase, meaning this will become as is, this will become h@m.com, and this will also become h@m.com. So the key will just be this for all the 3 records, and now it is a bit normalized. Make sense? So now that you have done that, there could be one more potential problem. When people are filling forms, they could put a space here, right? They could put a space in the beginning. So it is also better to actually trim your data first. So you can trim all the white spaces by saying con.email.trim and then dot to lowercase. Okay, so this trim is going to remove all the spaces before and after your email, and it is going to then convert it to lowercase, and this email formatted can be your string that you put in your map. Instead of directly using data, you're sanitizing that data and then putting it. Make sense? So now your map is ready. What do you need to do next? You need to go outside this for loop and you need to simply check that get me all the records where the size of the contacts is more than 1 per email. Only those records will basically mean that they are duplicates, right? So how can I do that? I have to iterate over my map. So I'll say for every email ID in the key set, see I'm using the key set, I want to check integer size per email address, and it is not size, it is contact size. So just better nomenclature, contact size per email address is equal to email to contact map dot get. Based on the email ID, I will get the value. Now this value is nothing but list of contacts, so I can say dot size. This will give me the number. If contact size per email address is greater than 1, I can pass this and say that duplicate emails found in system for, and I can check the email ID, which is this one right here. Make sense? Let's say deploy, and let's first of all check if whatever we have written is correct in terms of compilation or not. Perfect. Amazing. All right, I'll go back to now Salesforce and I'll just go ahead and say, let's run it. And let's see if it prints it for anything. Let's say execute and let's look at the debug logs. So you see it has found pat and def. These are the only two. And if I were to now do a query, okay, so if I verify, I need to verify this, right? I cannot just tell you that it is correct. If I verify this, let's run the query and let's see. If I see pat is twice, it is very clearly visible. Okay, def is twice, it's clearly visible. Do you see anything else that's multiple times? No, that's the only thing that is duplicate. And that's the duplicate rule running for you. No headache if you know maps, if you know how to handle this kind of maps. It might look complicated when you now see, if you now look at this code, right? It looks like, oh my God, what kind of code is written? This is so fancy, this is so funky, this is so complex. But when we were writing it, we wrote it with our own hands and it was very simple to understand and do. Just we had to sort our head around whatever we wrote here. And we know what kind of methods we need to use. That's all. Okay, so for those of you who are following and who now want to give themselves a chance and a challenge, this is the same thing. Opportunities with same stage. So instead of email, you have stage. Instead of contacts, you have opportunities. So you need to group your information by stage and you need to store all the opportunities, meaning your map is going to be list of string, comma, list of opportunity. Okay, give it a try. Pause the video here and put it in the comments, whatever code you write. Okay, it helps me understand your confidence, your code writing skills, and I can review it and I can give you some feedback if needed. Okay, so that's the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and create another method and I'm going to use the same whole thing. I'm not going to waste a lot of time here. Let's copy this whole thing, paste it, and here I'll say handle opportunities by stage. Ops by stage. So here the data is going to be opportunity. Okay, so it's going to be opportunity from opportunity. What do I need? I need the full opportunity and plus I need the stage name. Okay, and now I can check where stage name not equal to null. Let's query this. Let's go back to Salesforce and let's run it and let's see if it runs first of all. Okay, the query is fine and you see these are all your stage names. right? Now what we need to do is we need to go back to Salesforce and we need to basically call it op list. I'm going to replace all the contacts with opportunity because that's the only change that needs to happen. For opportunity op in op list. Okay, and here I don't need to worry about formatting it because the stage is a pick list. So I'm going to say instead of email to contact map, it is going to be called stage to op map. All right, if it contains the key, contains which key? Op dot stage name. If it contains it, I need to append it. So I'll take the map, stage to op map, op dot stage name, and I'll put it to a temp list, which is op list to append. Everything is same, just variables are getting changed. Op list to append, and here instead of email to contact map, it should be stage to contact map, stage to contact map, stage to contact map. I don't need the for loop below. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of this whole thing. And here, the final thing that I need to append is this should be op, and this should be op.stage name, which is the key. This will be list of opportunity, and this will be op. For those of you who followed the previous use case by heart, you will understand what we have done here in just 5 or 10 seconds. Okay, now this particular stage to op is what needs to be printed. So I can iterate over all the keys, and I'll say for string stage name in the key set of my map, I can print out stage, and I can print out how many opportunities does it have. So how do I get the value? I can get it from stage to op map dot get stage name dot size. Okay, I think this looks good, and I'm going to go ahead and say run. Let's say deploy. First of all, just to verify if everything is correct. Okay, there's something that I missed out. Op list to append, right? What is this? This should be a list of opportunity. That's my bad. Let's now give it a try. This deployed fine. Let's go back to Salesforce and I'll anonymously run this code, and let's look at what the logs shows. So you see, ID decision makers has 4, proposal has 3, value has 4, negotiation has 4, and blah blah blah. 4, 7, 11, 15, 20, 22, 23. And how many do we have here? 23 records. You see how they are grouped? That's the power of maps. And you're able to segregate information based on stage, and it's the same old thing that we did in the previous method. Nothing fancy. All right, I think that's pretty much clear. Let's move on to the third and the final use case. Again, something very similar. Feel free to pause the video here, give it a try on your own, and for those of you who are following, let's go ahead and get started. All right, so for those of you who want to follow along, let's look at the third use case, which is accounts with same country code. Right now, it's pretty much similar to the other two. It's just that let's go to Salesforce and let's close these boxes, and let's go in and create a new method. I'm just going to call it public static void handle accounts by country code. All right, so the expectation here is accounts with the same country code, meaning if something is for 971, it should show, let's say, ACC1, ACC2, ACC4, right? If something is with 91, it should show ACC3, ACC7. If something is with +44, it should show ACC5, ACC6. So that's the ask. Pretty clear, right? Pretty clear. So if that is the ask, can I say that the map is going to be map of string, comma, list of accounts? Right? So country code to accounts map equals new, and I usually do this, I copy it from here and I'll just paste it here, and that's the syntax. Okay, now what do I need? The first thing I need is a query to get me all the list of accounts. So I'm going to get list of account records, and I'm going to get my select clause, select ID, comma. Now I need a country code, right? So let me just say from account where not equal to null. Let's put that flag, but let's go back to Salesforce and let's run this query. Now if I run this query, this is empty query, okay, don't worry. So here I'm going to go in and run this query, and I want to put billing address. I know billing address is there, and let's remove the where clause, and if I say execute, so you see there are records with billing address information. Now because it is an address or a compound object, I need to segregate it. So billing street, right? Now if I do not know the API names of all the fields, I can take this object name, Command Shift O or Control Shift O, open account.obj, and here I should see all the bifurcation. So billing has all these fields where I think, where do I have the code? Let's take the postal code maybe, okay? Or not the postal code, let's see. I want the country code, right? So let's take, okay, it's fine. Let's say ID, comma name, comma postal code, then shipping postal code, and then maybe the phone. Yeah, I think that's pretty much all. Okay, let's say query, and I'm going to say run. So billing postal code is there, shipping postal code is there. Okay, I know I talked about the country code. Let's not go in there. We have to dissect this based on the data. It's fine. We can look at the country code from here. Okay, let's assume postal code is the use case. So what it means is that, let's say if there are records with the same postal code, they should be grouped together, correct? That's the whole ask. And we are only going to look at data where postal code exists. All right, let's say save rows. I'm going to save all of this data. Okay, now if I were to say where billing postal code not equal to null, it should only give me a limited set of accounts first of all, which is these 13. Okay, now I'm going to take this query and I'm going to go into Salesforce and I'm going to paste it here. All right, we'll look at grouping by billing postal code for simplicity. Okay, we don't need to dissect the phone field and get, because formatting is a problem, and some records come with 0 and all of that stuff. It's fine, you can handle it when a scenario comes, but for now let's assume that billing postal code is the use case. So what do? We basically take this data into consideration via our account loop, and the same old thing, country code to accounts map, I need to put data inside it. So when I put data inside it, what is my key? The key is going to be account.billing postal code, correct? And what is the value? The value is going to be the entire account, but because it is a list of account, I need to pass a list. So I'll say new list of account, and I have a variable that I want to pass, which is the account record. This thing will run in else condition. Why? Because I need to check in if condition if the key is already present. So I'm going to say if country code to accounts map already has this key. Which key? The postal code, because that's the key. If it is already there, all I need to do is not get, I'll say contains key. Okay, all I need to do here is I need to say country code to accounts map dot get account dot billing postal code, right? What is this going to return me? This is going to return me what? A list of account. So I can simply say add, and I can say add ACC. This will be my new value, right? And then I can simply say country map dot put the billing postal code, comma, instead of this list, I can put this whole thing right there. Did it make sense? Deploy. Let's see first of all if it gets deployed. It says there's something wrong. It says put dot add ACC. What does it say? Method does not exist from string of objects. So you see this thing that I've done in a single line, it's not allowing me to do it. So dot get, right? This whole thing, let's see if it works now. Let's say deploy. I'm just trying out something. Okay, it says method does not exist. It's not letting me do it in a single line. So what I have to do is I have to say get me this maps data into a list. and whatever comes here I want to append it with another record, and that is my new account that has come in the loop. Okay, and I'll use this particular list to put it as the value instead of this whole thing right here. And now let's say deploy. Deployed fine, works well. Okay, now outside this for loop, what I would want to do is I would want to iterate over all the postal codes in key set, right? And I will simply print system.debug postal code. Let's remove the S from the top. For every postal code, has these many accounts. Okay, I will get my records based on the postal code, and whatever is the size of it is that many accounts is there. Let's try to deploy this and let's see if it gives us the results that we are looking for. Okay, there's something wrong, extra something at 19. What is line 19? This one, this bracket is here, then this bracket is here, there needs to be a plus sign here because this is concatenation. Let's say deploy, and this deployed fine, and I'm going to say handle accounts by country code. Let's execute anonymously, and if I say execute, it's taking its own sweet time, which is okay. All right, and now let's look at the debug log. So you see 75271, 27215, 66045, 9847. So 1, 2, 3, 4 postal codes, and 7, 8, 9 plus 4, 13. What is our data count here? 13 records where billing postal code is there. So it's all good. So this grouping information helps. Now you can send this data based on the billing postal code. Some campaigns can be done. Easy? Make sense? Just put a comment if all of this made sense and it is helpful and you're able to understand and grasp it. Let me discard the changes meanwhile. Take a pause, understand what has been done in the last 30 minutes or so, and I am just going to go ahead and commit these changes, and I'll say feat dedupes and grouping explained. Commit, and I'll move it to the main branch. Perfect. Let's close this working tree, and I'll close my version control, and let's come back to the keynote. What do we have next? The next thing is a matrix, map inside a map. Okay, another thing people are a bit scared or worried about, but based on the foundation we have already built, based on that whole understanding of how to put data inside a map, this is also going to be very easy. Okay, for those of you who feel confident enough, go ahead, pause the video here, give it a try, and put the code in the comments. If you want to follow along, let's go inside it. Okay, what I've done is I've put 2 use cases. Let's do one of them at least, and the other one you can pick it up on your own. Okay, so for every account, store the opportunity amount grouped by stage name. Now see, I have already said you here that it's a map inside a map scenario, but that does not mean that your business requirements will come like this. Your business requirement will never say that you need to create a map inside a map. This is something you have to come on your own. You have to figure out on your own, right? So for every account, store the opportunity amount grouped by stage name. What does that mean? If I take this back to VS Code, if I go in here, or let's not go in here, let's create a new method. And I'll say public static void handle op by stage for accounts. Okay, now what does it say? It says, if I copy this line there, for every account, store the opportunity amount grouped by the stage name. What does it mean? Let's break it down. So store the opportunity amount grouped by stage name. What does it mean? It means the same thing. So for prospect, opportunity amount will be stored. Basically, prospect equal to let's say 50,000. Okay, negotiate means let's say 75,000, and this number is what? This is the summation of all the opportunities amounts grouped by this particular stage, right? So for all the opportunities in prospect, the sum of the amount is this. For all the opportunities in negotiate, the sum of amount is this, right? Now this thing is stored. Now if you had to just set this up in a map, what would be your map? It would be map of string comma integer or basically let's say decimal because it's a currency. This will suffice this whole thing. Agreed? But then there's another thing. For every account you need to store this data, meaning you need to store it like this. Account 1 should have this data for account. So meaning all the opportunities under account 1 will have this data. For account 2, what is the data? The data is basically again for every stage of the opportunities, it is summed up. So if it might be 30 and it could be 45, right? This is your final map that the question is looking for. So what does this mean? This means on top of this, you need to add another map, and where the key would basically be the ID of the account and value will be the map of string comma decimal. Key value. Makes sense? So did you understand how did I deduce that this is the map? This is what the map is going to be about. And just like that, you will see that, you are going to do a map inside a map scenario. Are you scared? I don't think so, because you already know a lot of stuff and you should be able to do this now. Okay, I hope the example made it clear in terms of why this map inside a map is needed, and the understanding is clear that, okay, this is why, and it's not that complex. We will see that in just in the next 10 minutes, not more than that, I promise. Okay, you just need 5 to 10 minutes to kind of create this kind of map. If you are scared, this is going to go away in just 10 minutes. All right, now first things first, what do I need in terms of data? I need all the opportunities, then I need all the accounts for their opportunities. These two things I need, correct? So what am I going to do? First of all, let's get the opportunity information because I need to get the amount. Okay, so I'm going to say list of opportunity op records equals select ID comma stage name comma amount. Let me also get the account ID from opportunity where, or I think it's okay. Yeah, I think we can put where stage name not equal to null and amount not equal to null. Okay, because I've written the query does not mean that the query is correct. I will check it on the developer console if it returns any data or not. Let's run it, execute. So you see, I see 16 records, and look at this number, man. I don't think we'll be using this number. Let's reduce it to something small, 25. Okay, let's say save. Okay, let's refresh. Now you notice another interesting thing. There are some records which do not have an account. Do we want to return this as a result? No, because our use case is for every account you need to do this, for every account. So wherever you don't have account, you don't need to bother. So that means I need to add one more check, which is where account ID not equal to null. Better, make sense? All right, and I've already told you that the map is going to be, this is the map that I want to return at the end. So this is going to be the map. So account per op amount map. I hope that name makes sense. And that's my map, right? It's looking so complicated, right? But don't worry, like I said, just 8 more minutes maybe. Okay, so you have this map which will be created at the end. All right, now you know the basic fundamental. It's basically you need to iterate over your opportunities and populate your data. As simple as that. That's what you have been doing, correct? The same old thing you will do. Why? Because you first of all need to ensure this particular map is getting filled. Once this is filled, then you can fill this also. Make sense? Right? So let's try to set it up. Now I cannot bifurcate these two maps for now. Why? Because I have to operate on this map as a whole. How will I do it? See, what should be the key? The key should be the account ID. So if I were to simply put data in it, how would I put it? The key would be op.account ID. Okay, so the key is set. What is the value now? Okay, when you don't have any value right now, you're going to do what? Initialize, correct? We initialize a map, so we will initialize we initialize a string, so we'll initialize a map. So far so good. Okay, and when do we need to do this initialization? If you remember correctly, we only need to do this if the key is not present. But if the key is present, we need to do something else. But let's say when the key is not present, If contains key equals true, I don't do anything. But if it is not true, that means it is the first time it is coming. So if it is not containing, I need to initialize my map inside my parent map. So I will initialize it. Agreed? This is more like creating the stub. So now what will this create? This will basically come in for all the opportunities, and for every new account as the key, it is going to create this stub. Now how will it create it? It will say ACC1 empty, ACC2 empty. All the entries for keys have been made, and for all of them a map has been initialized. Map has been initialized. It is empty right now, but I think Himanshu is going to fill it in a while. Okay. Now this is your main map. You have all the account IDs registered here and your value is empty. Now the next task becomes that you need to fill in this value, right? So to be able to fill in this value, you have to work on this map, right? So if I say map of string comma decimal is the map that you need to work on, what needs to go inside this? You need to keep stage by amount. Correct? So for every stage you need to have the amount. That is the map. So you're going to create this map right here. Okay. Why are you creating it? Because you need to populate your parent map with the final data, right? That's why you're creating the map, to populate data here. Okay. Now here you have initialized it, but do you need to initialize it or do you need to work on a specific scenario? Right now you're inside a loop. See, you're inside a loop. This is your loop. So in this loop, you currently have the opportunity that is coming in, right? So for this opportunity, for the very first time that it is going to come, it is going to go in here, right? So for the very first time, this opportunity for the account that is there, it will go in here and it will create this entry, correct? Okay, so let's assume that ACC1 has op1 and op2. So let's work on only one account at a time. Forget about everything else. Okay, so for the very first time for OPP1, this for loop will run 2 times, for OPP1 and OPP2. Make sense? So it will run for OPP1. It will check, does it contain the parent account ACC1? No. So it is going to go inside and it is going to create ACC1 in the map. Alright, now once ACC1 is created as the key, what should be the value? How do I get the value of this key? I can simply say that the value of this particular ACC1 currently is what? It is basically account per op account amount map dot get OPP dot account ID. Instead of initializing, I can get this data dynamically, and right now at this point in time for OPP1 ACC1 combination, this returns a empty new map for the very first time. Make sense? Now that you have this map, what do? You basically check and figure out what's your total amount that you need to put, right? So how do you put the amount? You basically check if this map contains data or not, right? So now stage by amount map. If it contains key, what is the key here? OPP.stage name. You're still in the opportunity loop, okay? And be very careful and be very aware when you're listening to me. Okay, this might go completely, berserk if you're not, listening carefully. Now see, what am I doing? I'm saying that I want to look at this map and I want to check whether this map contains the key or not. The very first time it is not going to contain the key, correct? Because I have not populated anything. It is an empty map, meaning I'm coming here for the first time, but I'm still checking, because we always need to check. That's why I'm checking everywhere, correct? So if I'm going to check now, is this going to return me data in the very first time? No. So it will go to the else condition. This is the ternary operator. If this contains key is equal to true, it will go here or it will go there. Now imagine for the very first time, when you say contains key stage name, is there any data here? No. So it will go there. What does it do there? It is just going to take the op.amount. Correct? Now at this point in time, when there's nothing in your map, and this is the very first time, so if stage name is not there in the key, what do? You simply initialize it with 0. That means this decimal value is what you are wanting to set it to 0, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. But if it already contains the key, So what do you want to do? You want to get that value then. If it already contains the key, I want to get that value. I want to get the value for that particular stage. Like this. Now this whole exercise that we have done, this needs to be assigned to something. Right? So this is going to be assigned to what? This is going to give me a decimal value. And if there's no data, I initialize my flag as 0. So I'm going to say that my op amount is either going to be whatever is already present in the map, or it is going to be 0 if there's nothing present in the map. Makes sense? Alright, and instead of calling it op amount, I can say existing amount. So if the key is there, it already has an existing amount, or else the current amount is equal to 0, which becomes the existing amount. Alright. Now that I have this particular existing amount, I can now go into this map and I can put my value. So for this particular stage that I am currently in, for this particular stage, what should be my new value? My new value should be the current amount of the opportunity in the loop plus my existing amount. Correct. So existing amount is what I've gotten from my current map already. So I'll simply say the value should basically be existing amount plus op.amount. Now this op.amount is nothing but the current for loops opportunity and the amount that has come with it. Make sense? Now you can do one more check here. You can simply check decimal op amount. Is op.amount non-zero or 0? Okay, if it is not equal to null, then you simply take that amount. If it is equal to null, then you take 0. And I hope you understand how to write these ternary operators. This is the if-else logic. So if this is true, this is what is run, or else this is what is run. If this is true, this is what is run, or else this is what is run. Meaning this value will be assigned to this variable, or else this value. So if true, then this, or else this. That's how it is. These are ternary operators. I think you already know. Make sense? So this is now going to basically be your final stage by amount map. For every opportunity that comes in, stage by amount map is going to be here. And what you can finally do is you can simply say that my account map, account per op amount map should basically have this particular value. Okay, I don't even think that you need to do this. Okay, let's quickly recap what did we do. Okay, now what have we done? We are running on this opportunity loop. Okay, so we have OPP1 and OPP2. OPP1 has stage equal to prospect with 35,000, and then OPP2 has stage equal to prospect with 25,000. Okay, let's take this example. So this will run for OPP1. Okay, now currently your map is empty. So it does not contain any key. So it will go inside this if condition for OPP1. Okay, it will go inside, and here what is it going to do? It is going to create your map. Now your map looks like this. ACC1. Let me give a comment here. ACC1 : empty map. Okay, so that empty map is initialized here. Now it comes here. So see here, there is no else condition. Okay, after this, meaning always it will continue the code. Okay, now what happens next? Now you need to work in your inside map, this bit right here. Right? So what are you going to do? You are going to look at your map and you are going to get your data for your account ID. So for ACC1, you are saying get me what is my current map. Okay, so you get this map and you store it in this particular variable, stage by amount map. Okay, currently stage by amount map is empty in the very first scenario. So what happens? It comes down here and it checks stage by amount map dot contains key. Is this map containing the key? What is my key? Prospect. Does it contain? No. So it is going to take 0 first. So existing amount in my map is 0. Why? Because it was empty. So it takes 0. Then it goes inside and takes a look at the op amount. So my current opportunities Amount is not equal to null. Yes, it is not equal to null. It is 35,000. So this value becomes 35,000. So the first existing amount is 0 because map was empty, and then second amount is 35,000. So my total becomes 0 plus 35,000 for stage name. What is the stage name? Prospect. So stage by amount name now becomes prospect 35,000. So far so good. Now what happens? Op2 comes. Okay, so now it is op2 in the loop. Okay, now this time for op2 also ACC1 is the parent account, so it already contains key, so it is not going to go inside here anymore. So now that means if I come to this line of code, account per op account map, what does it contain? It is still empty. So I think we'll have to put this data. I think this line is needed that I was writing, right? So account per op account map dot put opp dot account id comma stage by amount map. So at the very end of the first iteration, this map will contain what? This map is containing ACC1 and it is containing prospect equal to 35,000. This is what is containing here, correct? Now it goes back and then it again checks for OPP2. For OPP2, what happens? This code will not run because it already contains ACC1 as the key. So it directly comes here. So now here in the second scenario, this map is containing what? It is containing prospect 35,000. So it is containing prospect 35,000 now in the stage by amount map. So now stage by amount map dot contains key. What is the key here? Prospect. Oh, okay. So it already contains the key, meaning I will simply say get me whatever is the value. So 35,000 will come in the existing amount. 35,000. Okay. And what is my opportunity amount? 25,000. So it becomes 25,000. So now when you put this value for prospect, this becomes prospect, but existing amount plus op dot amount. So 35 plus 25. So 30, 40, 50, 60,000. So this now becomes 60,000. Okay. And then you say, can you put this account ID with this new value? So this now becomes ACC1 prospect 60,000. And that's how this whole thing works. Makes sense? Let me just print this out, and instead of printing it out like this, I'll say for every ID, account ID in my map dot key set, I want to print system.debug ACC ID. Then for every ID, sorry, what is my inside map? String comma decimal. So I'm going to say for every string stage name, in which map? In account per op map dot get ACC ID. See, now tell me, what is the return type of this? If you get based on this ACC ID, this map, and you get by the key, what does it return? It returns another map. So it is going to be map of string comma decimal here. So map of string comma decimal inner map equals, and I'm going to put this thing here. Okay. Now what I can say, for every string in inner map dot key set. Understood why I have to use the key set and I cannot directly say get? I can say system.debug. Now this is our basic thing. Stage name is stage name plus I can get the amount. So inner map dot get by stage name. So for every account, I am looping through the inner map and I'm getting for every account what is the stage name and what is the total bifurcation or total amount. Let's give it a try. Let's first of all see if I deploy, does it run fine or not? Okay, ran fine, which is amazing by the way. That was a lot of code. And I'll go back to Salesforce and I'll say execute. What was my method? My method is called handle op by stage. Execute. Taking its own time. Let's look at the log. And now if you see, for this account ID, decision makers, this is the value, value proposition, this is the value. For this account, this is the bifurcation, and you see this is how beautiful it looks like. Now, looks good, works well. I think and I know you understood my example, and I think I know you understood how I created the map variable. And I think and I know that you might feel a bit confused with everything that we did here, right? What is the solution to that? The solution is to just look at it one more time. Just this bit, rewind the videos 15 minutes, and this for loop is what you need to worry about and understand, and you will get it. Okay. The only reason we have done contains key in both our maps is because we don't want to override data. That's one, right? The only reason we have appended overwritten value in numbers here because is where we want to sum up the total count, the total amount. We want to sum up based on every stage. And the reason we have overwritten the value finally is because we got an updated data here in the map which was inside. If you can understand this and you can put a message that Himanshu, this was clear, that would be great. That would be amazing, and I'll feel very good. Okay. And then here, if you see, your normal for loops look like this. You just simply say debug account ID and you simply get and put the value. But now here, your parent map, when you use the get command, it returns another map. So when it returns another map, how do you iterate on it? You iterate by the key set. Now here you cannot avoid a nested for loop because you need to again look at that data, right? Just to look at that data. Okay. So this is why you need to work on these two loops, key set on the top level, key set on inner level, and then you are able to get the data on the inside level. But this is like a complex use case. Okay. Will not happen in your day-to-day life, but this code right here makes me feel so confident that, you know, I can crack interviews when Apex is asked. That is the reason I am explaining this to you. That is the reason I am wanting you guys to write this code on your side and, you know, feel that confidence in you. Okay. Even if it is not 100% clear, if it is 60-65% clear, that's a good win. Okay. I would just recommend you to run this through one more time, and the best thing to do would be write it on your own as well. Okay, just for this use case, write the whole thing that I wrote, understand what am I doing, understand why am I doing it, and then finally go to the keynote and solve this and give me the results. Tell me what do you understand, and if you are able to do it. What's the question? The question is, for every account, same thing. So you know what is your parent map going to look like. What is the inner map? Store cases by their case status. Exactly the same thing. And it's even simpler. You don't need to, you know, sum up the amount. You only need to do stage by object. Meaning, just one hint, your map will look like this: map of ID, comma, map of string, comma, list of case. Okay. Now you already have done this multiple times. Just a while ago you did the contact one. Just a while before that you did the account one, right? Now in this case you have to do case one, right? And then that whole thing has to be wrapped up with another map where you will wrap it up by the accounts. That's how your map is going to look. Just by looking at it now, it looks very complicated, but I know once you do it, you'll understand. You know, it was a piece of cake. Make sense? Give this a try, write that code, message me on LinkedIn, message me on the YouTube, you know, comment, and tell me if you're able to do it or not, and what kind of issues are you facing, or, you know, exactly what line is still confusing to you. Give me the line number here. See, line 34, line 38 for any code. Okay, just give me the line number and you can tell me, Himanshu, this particular method and line number 28 or 20, whatever. If it did not make sense to you, I'll make sure that, you know, I respond back to you, and I'll try to help you out. All right, great. That is map inside a map, and that kind of is the crux of this particular masterclass. And I think with everything that I've explained, I think we should be good. Just let me know how does it look like. I'm going to commit this to Git, and you can let me know if you need the GitHub link, or else I'll anyway put it on the description and in the first comment. So this was map inside a map explained. Okay, let's say commit. I'm going to get rid of this deploy trace. This is not needed. Okay, perfect. Let's go back, and now let's look at the next thing. So the next thing is common mistakes. So we are more or less done with the curriculum. I'm going to wrap it up in the next 30 minutes or 15 minutes. Let's talk about some common mistakes that you're going to do. Okay, So check for key before using the key. So if you saw, everywhere I wrote my code, I used the contains key method. So if I were to close this off, and if I were to just simply say contains key, see how many methods do I have? I have about 7 or 8 methods, but contains key is done everywhere because I don't want to override data. Okay, because keys are unique, and in a query or a flow you will not be able to understand if you are overwriting it. So always check for key before using the key by contains key option. And the follow up for this is don't overwrite a value because you are using the same key, because you will not get to know if you overwrote it, and when things go wrong and escalation happens and bugs come in production, then you will get to know. So it's better to check for the key before using the key. Okay, I have put a null checks everywhere. In all my SOQL queries, I ensured that there was no polluted data that was coming into my system. Not equal to null, not equal to null, not equal to null. Wherever not possible, then I went inside and I said not equal to null. Why? Because in case your keys become null, that becomes a very difficult scenario to handle. Then the map behaves a bit differently and discrepantly. So ensure that your keys are never null. It's always better to safeguard your maps from null. Okay, and did you notice how did we debug our map? We put system.debug logs, but we did not just print the whole map. We actually printed it by looping through the map using key set, using values and all of that stuff. Okay, if you just simply print this whole map, it will be one big thing and you will be confused. So it's always important to debug a map as a debugger and not a bugger. Alright, so these are the very, very basic things, but the most important part that you need to understand and do is two things. One is to be able to understand how to populate a map by using the contains key, put and the get combination. And the second part is actually understanding what kind of map do I need for my use case. Do I need one map? Do I need two maps? Will this suffice? Will it give me the data? That's your call. That is your judgment. That is your problem solving skill. Alright, if you can do those two things, you're good. And that kind of concludes what I wanted to talk about as part of maps and collections as a whole. That kind of concludes the whole masterclass, and I hope this was really helpful for you. Let's now jump into what's your real world project going to be about. This is one assignment that I would want you to take a look at and do it yourself. This is a DIY project that you're going to do, and this is something that you can use it for your interviews or for explaining to your job interviews, as in what did you do around, let's say, collections. The question or the use case here is an account health summary report. It's not a report or a dashboard widget. Instead, it is a custom Apex method that gives you a lot of insights about your data for every account record. Okay, so a company wants to track some values for every account, and those values are going to be what are the number of contacts, what are the total number of open cases, how many opportunities are currently closed won, and what is the revenue looking like. And finally, if based on certain metrics, you can say whether the account is at risk of, are you at a risk of losing it? Is it neutral? Is it healthy? Or is it needing attention? All right. So to solve this problem, right, using collections, I want you to focus on these 6-7 things. Your solution should be able to work with multiple accounts at the same time. This means you need to ensure that your code is bulkified, and that's where you're going to use maps. Okay. It should also avoid SOQL inside loops and DML inside loops. The nesting problem, the SOQL problem should not be there, because you should be able to use maps. Okay, you're going to use maps to store all the related data, meaning your output of the method should basically return map related information. Okay, you should be using aggregate queries wherever needed, which should give you, like, let's say, the sum or the count of data. Okay, you should also take care of null scenarios or exception scenarios where accounts do not have any data. Okay, don't consider only the happy path, but also try to proofread or create a solution which is error proof. And finally, the code, the variables that you use, the naming convention that you follow should be readable and easy to explain. Okay, I would request you to try this out on your own. Create multiple methods if need be, but the end goal should basically be to get an account health summary report. Okay, great. I think that's pretty much all, and I would like you to tell me in the comments that are you still scared of maps? Just put a comment that says maps or collections make sense based on your confidence now, and I hope I was able to cover pretty much everything. The one last thing that I have for you as a deliverable is a maps companion pack. All right, this is something that I've curated, and this is something that's going to come up for all these kind of master classes that I'm going to do in the future. What does this companion pack contain? It contains the digital handbook, which is this whole keynote that I've been presenting. A lot of people request to get this over LinkedIn, over email, over WhatsApp. I do not have them prepared for my previous courses. For whichever ones that are there, they are already available online. But now you get this companion pack. This companion pack has a lot of stuff. You get the digital handbook, which is a PDF of the same keynote that I have used. You get sample map questions which are solved, around 10 questions with the question and the answer in case you want to refer it. Okay. Then you get practice assignments. You have about 10 to 15 questions that you can do on your own that do not have a solution there. That's another document that's available. You get interview questions which are answered. Okay, commonly used questions. And finally, you also get a quiz question link that where you can just click on the link and open it in your local machine, and you can attempt a quiz on maps and collections as a whole. About 50 questions, and it time tags you around for 20 minutes, and you can actually go through that journey and even share your score on LinkedIn at the end. Okay, that's the whole companion pack, and that kind of solidifies my deliverables in terms of the masterclass that I have done in the last 4.5 hours, and this particular companion pack that will help you excel and complete your interview preparations, job switch preparations, and also solidify your confidence. All right, so how do you get your maps companion pack? It's very simple. You just need to scan this QR code. I said scan below QR code, but the QR code is above, so just pardon me for it. But just scan this QR code, and you can just you'll be redirected to the link, which would look something like this. This is your maps companion pack, and this has pretty much everything. It's a downloadable, so it's a digital product. Basically, you're going to get everything from here, and it's priced at $4.99, which is almost like a price of a pizza. So definitely take it up. And for people who are referring to this masterclass, and people who are my subscribers who always follow and support me with my tutorials, you can use this coupon code that's called companions, and it's going to give you a good hefty discount. And please mind you and be aware that it's only available for the first 20 purchases. Okay, just use this code called companions on the checkout page, and it should work fine. All right, in case you have any queries or something, I have a WhatsApp group where I have about 250-300 people, mostly subscribers and collaborators on WhatsApp, where we chit chat and share updates. Anything that I'm currently doing that will be rolled out very soon, from a job perspective, from a posting perspective, anything new on Salesforce, all of that is something that's discussed sometimes there. So feel free to join this group if you are interested to just to stay in touch on the WhatsApp community. Yeah, so this QR code right here is for the maps companion pack, and it's more of a collections companion pack. And then this right here is your WhatsApp group link. So feel free to use the QR codes and get yourself set. That's pretty much all I wanted to cover from the collection side, and I'm going to see you in the next masterclass, which is going to be another long one and a really good one. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, keep learning and take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye.